Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed 1, doing my annual 2020-23 playthrough. 2020-23 2020-20, yeah, that's right. I was struggling saying 2023 this year because I feel like I'm adding extra numbers to it. But anyway, this is this is my annual 2023 playthrough. We're collecting all the flags, and we're also doing the game without the HUD as well.
Preparation is crucial to your success. Clear the area of archers and guards before confronting them.
You are finished, Salahadin! He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world.
Talking so boss seems to be in a hurry.
A few coins. All I ask is for a few coins.
When will he stop acting like
I seem to be in a rush.
we can do whatever we wish?
Please, you're hurting me. What is it? Don't hurt me, please.
Everything I have.
What's he doing that for?
Be wary, friends. The shaitan is everywhere. Watching, waiting. He tempts us always. Be strong. Strong like Salahadin.
Good day, my friend. If there's anything I can help you with, anything at all, look like what you tired of never finding anything useful at the other merchants.
Infidel army. They leave horrors
That was
in
not
their
very
wake.
nice.
Salahadin rides to meet him, that these barbar attacks might be avenged. Praise God. Glorious and
I am at your service. Do you think he's being chased?
Ow!
Why are you in such a hurry?
I wonder what he's up to.
He looks like he's being chased by someone.
Who? You ever see someone do that before? I haven't.
Make room.
What a fool!
What is he doing? What happened to you?
please. You're hurting me.
You think so far. Where is he going?
I stand before you to deliver a warning.
Could you spare a
Should
few
Richard take Jaffa, there will be no stopping him. He will march on Jerusalem next. We must end
I wonder what he's up to.
Birinden kaçıyor olmalı.
When you are exposed, use sharp turns or climb over buildings to break your pursuit.
Alrighty then, so we're going to go and collect more flags in the kingdom. Currently I have 30 out of 100 that are out in the kingdom area. But I just need to look at my video guide that I've got just to see the next one and where it is.
Over here! Don't let him escape! Get him! You will not get away from me!
It's funny. I've got a alternate headset I'm testing out, and to turn the mic off, I have to push it down on the switch, whereas the other headset I have to push it up to mute it. Shin, thank you so much for the 7 months in a row. I really appreciate it. Sorry it took me a while to get to your message. I just realized that on this alternate headset I've got, the mute is in a different direction to my other headset. But thank you so much for the 7 months in a row. Yay, sub mode. Absolutely, dude. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. Hey there, Godfather. Welcome on in. You never know. Maybe one day eventually, but not this year. Plus, it's kind of freeing, like when it's fucking hot as shit like it is now. It's pretty freeing not to have a face cam. Alright, so I probably realised for this whole stream my mic's been turned off, but welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed 1, doing my annual 2020-23 playthrough, doing no HUD and collecting all the flags. Currently working on collecting more flags in the Kingdom area.
Oder ich werde euch über den Haufen rennen! This is where you go! Zurück! Un assassin! Laisse-moi pas t'échapper! You're mine! Now, you should know better! Come back here! You think you can Gottes! Mercy! Mercy, please!
God would have mercy. Altair won't. If you're gonna have a whole Templar army take on one assassin, Altair, there's something you're gonna need a lot of. And what is that? Body bags. Sorry, I'm just paraphrasing a quote from the first Rambo movie, where he says something like, if you send that many men after him, you can expect one thing, or something like that. A lot of body bags. Alright, next one seems to be in the same vicinity. He's gone mad. He's gone mad, I tell you. Completely mad. Is my microphone actually working? Is this the flag they're going for? Ah, it is, yeah. Testing, testing. Oh good, it is coming through. Nice. The only thing about this headset is the switch. Whenever I turn the mic on and off, there's a popping sound when it happens. I don't get that, you know, like, if you're a headset manufacturer, why make the switch to turn the mic off and on have a fucking loud clicking sound every time you turn it off or turn it back on? You know, it's not a headset for just hearing audio only, after all. It's also a headset for speaking into the microphone. And I'm sure that the people listening to the person speaking through the microphone love hearing a big loud clicking noise every time the person wants to turn the turn the mic on mute. That's why it's ridiculous that Xbox basically got rid of the ability to use... Well, they didn't get rid of the ability to use it. I can actually use the audio adapter, the Xbox audio adapter, but the thing is, it doesn't work anymore, the one that I have. Although, come to think of it, I don't think it was that it doesn't work as to why I stopped using it. I think why I stopped using it is because I thought it was causing the issue with the static on the stream, which isn't the case because it's happened even without it. So what I might do is actually test that again. Be right back. Alright, testing the mic again. Alright, so that's coming through the actual audio adapter, but if I press the mute button on it, then it doesn't actually mute me. Damn it. So it must have been destroyed. This. Alright. I have to put up with hearing me click the microphone on and off on the fucking headset. Alright, so every time I want to mute my mic, you'll hear this sound. And every time I unmute it, you'll hear that sound too. It's like, why design headsets with microphones to be this way? Why the fuck do you think a person would want to be able to turn the microphone on and off? Maybe to stop any audio from your mouth coming through. I know, let's make the fucking button a clicking switch. I don't know why they can't just make it a button press. You know, like a button press thing. Have to make it a switch that you actually have to move. Alrighty then. Hey there, Spicy Chicken. How's it going? Hey, Absolution, welcome. Hey there, Sprocket. Did I fall asleep? No. Too early to fall asleep. It's only 3:40 PM. How's it going, Sprocket? Hey, Absolution. Spicy Chicken got taken out by Abstergo. Yeah. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? Bloody sinuses are acting up again, so I got friggin'... I don't know what set it off. Sprocket, not bad. Oh, that's good to hear. Spicy Chicken, it's okay. You've had heartburn all day though. Oh, damn. So are you still experiencing it? Because if so, that's really rough. Spicy Chicken, sorry to hear that it's happening. You going well, Ryu? Excellent. That's good to hear, dude. So I've just been going around and collecting flags. Yep, so the one that I just grabbed is where we are now. I was hoping that my audio adapters weren't actually wrecked, but they are. Because I would have liked to use it again. Because number one, the audio adapter is plugged into the bottom of the controller, which itself is away from the mic. So anytime I would press the button on it, unless I smash the button, obviously, it would be heard on stream. But whenever I'd press the button to mute my mic, there wouldn't be any clicking noise come through on the broadcast between turning the mic on and then off. And I know that the answer might just be, well, Rod, keep your microphone turned on. Why do you like to turn it off? But here's an example of why I like to turn it off. I don't think people want to be hearing me chewing. Not that when I eat, even when I'm on my own, I don't eat with my mouth open and chomping, but still. That's that's why I don't have my mic turned on all the time. And if I need to sneeze, at least I can turn it off. Because people don't need to hear me go, ah, chew! On stream all the time. And if I'm drinking something, not that I slurp, but you don't need to hear when I'm doing stuff. So that's why I turn the microphone off when I'm eating or drinking. And I also turn it off when I don't have anything to say, because I don't want to just have the microphone on, because when I have nothing to say, usually I want to be able to relax a bit. Because that's the thing, when I first started streaming with a microphone, I actually had to learn how to breathe differently with the microphone turned on. Because I didn't want to have the microphone on and then basically when I breathe, hear it come through on the microphone. So I had to sort of like come up with a way to change how I was breathing while talking. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like once you stop talking and saying words, instead of letting any air in or out, I just basically don't breathe in or out. But when I do breathe in, I'm not sucking the air in. I'm basically just softly letting it come back into my lungs, kind of thing. So instead of hearing, that doesn't come through on the mic, thankfully. I'm not surprised, Sprocket, if there's a slight buzz when I speak. Nothing that I ever buy ever works. The reason I bought a new headset was to test out to see if the static issue would happen with other games, but as with everything in my life, you try to fix something by getting something different, and then that different has its own problems that mess things up. Unless it's picking up my fan, because it's hot as fuck here at the moment. So I've got fans going. Spice Chicken, you think it's settled for now? You wish your parents gave you medicine for it? Well, I'm glad to hear that it's settled down for now. Hopefully it doesn't come back. Absolution, just burning some ships makes up for ASMR. Yeah, I guess that's true. Sprocket, nom nom nom, yeah. I know some streamers don't mind, eating on stream and having it come through, but it'd be like if I had a face camera, and I was eating something. Personally, I wouldn't want to be eating on stream on camera, even if the sound was muted when I was doing so, But the other thing is too, when I'm actually streaming and when I'm playing games, I don't really have many facial expressions. Like when I get angry, yeah, but when I'm passively playing a game, my expression is basically one that would make you think that, I don't know, pretty idle, expressionless face. Alright, so I need to stop going around like this. So that that buzzing that comes along, Sprocket, does it happen when I'm talking normally like this? Because maybe it's when I turn the microphone on and off that the slight buzz actually happens. Suppose Chicken, looks like you can't eat pepperoni anymore. Oh no. Yeah, when you find out, something like that. So it's happening whenever I talk. Okay. I like that. It's like I've got a different headset and the issue is with the microphone. And then the reason why I have issues with the other headset is because of the headset. Can't win. Oh well, I'm going back to the other headset then. Alright, here we go. This is the other headset.
You'll never get away!
Oh, it might be my fan then, Sprocket. That's probably what's causing it. I'll just move it a bit further away than what it is. How's that now? Sprocket, you know the feeling. You also know about buying stuff that breaks way too soon. Keyboards, headphones, and chairs especially. Bought 2 pairs of jeans 5 months ago that have holes in them already. Oh no. Yeah, sometimes you don't know what to expect. Like you would think that if you're buying something new that it would actually work the way it's supposed to, but hey there, Zaius. How's it going, dude? You installed this recently, haven't played it though, was going to run around. On a break from Dead Space remake, terrifying stuff, beat another chapter. Oh, that's good that you did, Zaius. It sounds like it's a good remake. I want to play the original first though, before I play the remake. Because I think that'd be fairer to the original game as well as the remake. Spice Chicken, you wish you had a mic. Yeah, there's so many to choose from too. That's the thing. Like so many options. Spice Chicken, Dead Space is only scary for half an hour, is it? Okay. Sprocket, it sounds more like an electronic sound rather than something in the background. Can you listen to the stream? Testing, testing. Yeah, Sprocket, I could actually hear it myself. Hmm. I don't know what's causing it then. That'd be right. Days like this, I wish I just didn't stream with a mic. Wouldn't have this hassle. Alright, testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing. Test. Alright, I just want to do a test now with my controller recharge cable plugged in. See if that does anything. Probably not. There's probably something wrong with the headset or something. Even my other one that I've been using for months now. Alright, so let's try this. Doing different things. Alright, so just doing a test, changing the audio in my settings so that my microphone is a bit lower volume. Just to have a test, but it won't do anything. Won't fix it. Just be an issue that will happen for the rest of my streaming life. Alright, so is there any noise coming through for those who can hear? Like any fuzzy sort of like noise? You can hear the wind, Ronnie? Shin, no noise? Ronnie, just the wind and nothing but the wind. Shin, you think that is the game? Spice Chicken, you don't hear anything fuzzy on your end? Yeah, I mean, maybe there's something as well, but I turned the volume down in the Xbox for my microphone, so it's lower than my game audio. But, yeah, I just don't know what the solution is, aside from becoming a streamer that doesn't use their mic anymore. Which I don't want to do because it takes ages to type to everyone, so that wouldn't be ideal. But it's always the kind of thing that, you know, other streamers don't really have to worry about. For some reason, it's only my setup that has this issue. But that's life, I guess. Thanks for letting me know though, Sprocket. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Spice Chicken, that's true. Have to find something else from the restaurant that you might like. Shin, you blame the lack of Vegemite and coffee cake. Well, coffee cake, yeah. I don't know if I'd eat that straight after eating Vegemite on a sandwich, but you never know. Spice Chicken, you miss sugary foods. You hope you'll like sugar-free chocolate. You might actually like... There might be something in it that still tastes good enough. Ronnie, the mix sounds good. Ah, well, thanks, Ronnie. Yeah, it's a bit difficult because some games have their own quirks with the audio as well, and then there's some games that cause different issues. So, I mean, I have thought about basically just trying some wireless headphones, because maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's because a cable is plugged into the controller that's causing all these issues to actually pop up, especially when it comes to that static audio issue that I have with some games. Cheers, Sprocket. Ronnie, as someone who's actually streamed, you find that audio levels in their mixes are the hardest thing to get right. That's true, you know, because audio is something that we all know about. You know, we know when something's off with it, just like we know when there's something off with CG. That's simulating something we're very familiar with. Spice Chicken, you tried sugar-free iced tea and you realize that you can actually taste the tea. Oh, really? Yeah, well that's the thing too, like, different aspects of a drink might be masking the other things. Right, so let's see. Yep, so that matches what number we're up to in the guide. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't misremembering something. Alright, so this other one looks like it's in a similar spot. Although from memory, a lot of these are close together. Ah, yes, this is the one that I won't be able to reach because I need the catch ledge skill. Unless I can find a way to cheese it. Well, I can at least get this one. Alright, next one. Would be that one over there. Ooh, that was lucky. Don't know how I pulled that off.
Kill him! Stop him!
Alright, let's try getting a horse. I think that's the one that I need catch ledge for. Ronnie, I'm not sure if you know, but you have streamed a time or two. Honestly, the balance between your voice and the game volume are really good. Well, thanks, Ronnie. Maybe it was just changing the microphone audio that I need to do for the Xbox. Went into the settings and changed that there. That might have been all I needed to do. Spice Chicken, sometimes you can eat sugar without feeling terrible. You ate a donut last Thursday and felt fine, but that's most likely because you were extremely hungry. Well, the other thing it could be, it might just be depending on how it's prepared or who's actually making it, you know, like if you go to, you know, fast food places, sometimes you'll get a really good meal because the person who made it did their job properly. You might order the same thing the next day and get a crap version of it because a different person made it and they didn't do as good a job. So you never know, maybe it was that kind of thing, but it's one of those things where when you get like a bad experience like that, you don't necessarily want to test it again to see if, you know, because you might not get a different result, you might get the same result and then you're feeling sick again, you know. Yeah, Ronnie, that would have hurt Altair a little bit. I'd say. Cassandra would be like, no problem. Alright, surely there's a horse somewhere. In this game you can't just whistle for a horse. I was talking earlier about how I've learned to breathe differently when I'm streaming and speaking into the microphone and keeping the microphone on when I want to actually say stuff. And I was talking about how when I do finish saying a word and I'm not saying anything else straight away, I breathe in, but I don't, I do it gently without actually making a sound, if that makes sense. And it can come in handy too when I'm yawning and I've got the mic on, because I can actually yawn without making a noise too. Alright, so the horse might not make it from this side. Oh, it did. Good horse. Alright, so that's that flag elected. 39 out of 100. Just a few more to get. It should only take 5 minutes. No, just kidding. Even though I know that there's flags around this area here, I want to still follow the guide, just in case I grab one that they don't grab at that point, and then I'm grabbing other ones that I can't remember which one was which. So this time they're going over this way, so let's get on the horse.
Whoa. 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 Whoa.
Sorry, horse. I have to leave you up here. See you later, horse. There's that one. Alright, where's the next one this person in the guide's going after? Alright, there's a sneaky one here. Suppose chicken, thank God they had donuts or else you would have passed out. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, especially if you really needed that. Alright, that is definitely the one that we need catch ledge for. So that means
Ladders are a
I'm
socially
going to
acceptable
stop
way
looking
to
for
reach a
flags in the kingdom area for now until we get that moved back. Because even though I can grab other flags around it, I don't want to confuse myself and then forget what ones I've collected versus which ones I'm up to in the guide. Space Chicken, you've been considering keeping some protein bars in your bag. You always keep them with you. That's definitely a good idea. You know, any opportunity where you can keep something and store it away on you so that you can access it quickly if you need to is always good. Alright, so we have to return to Masyaf. So we'll go back there. But it also means that we'll be recapping what happened earlier. And I'm not going to jump into the next main story mission straight away. I'd like to get a decent chunk of the kingdom flags collected. But we'll have to go to Al-Mualim and speak to him and then get a recap for what we did. Masyaf is this way. Hey Fewer, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for that. Welcome to you, and welcome to your raiders as well. That's okay, Fewer. You know, it's definitely no worries at all. It's always appreciated when I get a raid, even if there's only one person. Been doing some flag collecting, but I've reached the one where you need to have the catch ledge ability. So I've got to go back to Masyaf and speak to Al-Mualim. So if I don't get catch ledge back again next, then I know that I just have to go to the next assassination target, which will be fine because I'll be collecting the flags in there anyway. Let's go through this way. Hey, Canadian Bacon.
You know,
Hope all is well with you. Hope you had a good day. Sorry about the new change. It's Demigore, you kept it 420, but there's a reason behind the madness. Madness, as you see, is like gravity. All it takes is a little push. Great quote from the Dark Knight. Joking, no, you're going to try stream on Twitch soon. Once you get everything figured out, and hope to stream through your one to Twitch. But yeah, just wanted to come by and show some love. One love, brother. Me and son say good night. That's no worries at all, Canadian. That's actually cool that you're going to be streaming soon as well. That'll be awesome. But yeah, thank you so much for popping in, and I hope that you and your son are doing well. I hope you're both having a good weekend. Just going around in this game collecting flags. I had a community points challenge set up
Use counterattacks
before
when
I started
faced
this
with multiple
playthrough.
enemies.
And when it was reached, the goal, the requirement was that I collect all the flags. So here we are. Oh, well, thank you so much, Canadian, for the kind words. I really do appreciate that, dude. It's always good to know that people are enjoying. Normally, when the game gives me the option to go back to Al-Mualim after a main target's dead, I just choose to fast forward the memory to a more recent one. But at the end of last stream, I wanted to not go back straight away. Because I wanted to be able to collect more flags in the kingdom. And also hold off on recapping what happened in the previous assassination mission until I was ready, but the flag that I wanted to get in the kingdom, I can't get it yet because we don't have our ability back to actually grab ledges as before, or catch ledge. Yeah, gonna collect all of them, Canadian. I'm using a guide as well, and the way this game is structured is when you go into a city to do a main target, at least early in the game, only one district per city is available to you. So I've just been doing it like that. When I get to a city that I haven't done a district in yet, I just basically collect all the flags. That way it makes it easier. Instead of waiting until I've gotten to the point in the game where every part of every city's been unlocked. You know, I actually wonder who this assassin actually is. Is it actually an assassin who doesn't know about Al-Mualim's plans and therefore doesn't realize that Al-Mualim is actually a traitor to the assassins? Or is he actually a Templar dressed up like an assassin giving a report to Al-Mualim about the most recent activities of the Templars? But see, he already knows where the Templars are and what they're doing.
I trust you were successful?
The slave trader is dead.
Yes, the birds brought word to me. War is a dirty business. Labor and soldiers seem to be in short supply. Killing that man has saved countless lives. You've no doubt deprived the Crusaders and Saracens of additional troops. These are dark days, when men's lives are valued in gold, and such small amounts at that.
He saw it differently. Claimed they were not slaves at all, that he was helping them.
Do you know how it is you can tell a man is mad?
They speak to air, claw themselves.
No. They are the ones who speak and act as if there is nothing wrong.
I don't understand.
Few are the men who would admit to evil. Always rationalized. Always explained.
So he lied.
I was not there. Did not hear his words myself. But yes, if you speak truly, I think he was simply trying to excuse his deeds.
I saw them, though. The men and women who would be slaves. They were a strange sort. Old, mad, sick.
Weak, yes. What better way to make a soldier than to take a broken man and rebuild him? Give him all he's been denied, with the promise of more.
It seems a lot of work.
It is. But what you get in return is loyalty. Knowing what it was they stood to lose, such men would be loath to betray their savior.
An interesting theory.
See? There is still much I can teach you. Everyone deceives. Each other, themselves. Learn to pierce the veil, and know that nothing is true. Go. It is time you continued with your work. Another rank is restored to you, as is a piece of your equipment. We'll speak again when the next has fallen.
Alright, so what do we get back? Throwing knives, tackle, but no catch ledge yet. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Laws arise not from divinity but reason. I understand now that our creed does not command us to be free. It commands us to be wise.
He's going to run into someone.
What is the world then? An illusion, one which we can either submit to, as most do, or transcend. So many great quotes in this game. I feel like if you wanted to really study the Assassins and the Creed in the series, there's definitely games that give you good insight into that. But the thing that gets kind of lost nowadays with Ubisoft and a lot of these Assassin's Creed games is, granted, they haven't actually done a game for a long time where you play as an assassin. Even though they don't call themselves assassins in Bayek and Aya's time, I still consider them to be assassins, because the only real major difference between how Bayek and Aya operate as hidden ones is really the name of the organization. Think of the Assassins as a company, and just think that they had an original company name, but then they decided to change the company name. The company still does the same kind of business that they've always done. It's just that they're called something different now. That's how it is with the Assassins when they became known as that. It's just a name change. Suppose you think Ubisoft is just using the AC4 excuse to why we don't play as an assassin anymore? Yeah. I mean, the thing that I've always said about Black Flag is that when you actually take a look, there is a lot about the Assassins and the Creed in it. And if you look at the nothing is true, everything is permitted motto, Edward as a pirate, and all pirates, they're living the literal version of everything is permitted. You know, they live a life that they seem to feel is a life of freedom, and given that freedom, they should be able to roam around the islands, terrorizing whoever they like, doing whatever they please, because they're living free, right? And Edward has morals, and he has a line that he won't cross, but at the same time, Edward is a pirate, and even when he actually finds out about the Assassins and the Templars, he doesn't see either side as a side that he wants to be with. He just sees both sides as potential ways to earn money. And that's the driving force behind him. And through going and gallivanting around the Caribbean and all that kind of stuff, he essentially eventually gets to the point where he starts to learn the true nature of the Assassins and the Creed. And it's just that we're shown the Assassins and the Templars and their conflict and the Creed of the Assassins from a different character's perspective. And part of that is making us as the player experience that through gameplay as well. And there's definitely characters that are basically representatives of the Assassins, but also the Creed itself as well. You know, like Mary. Like when Mary is telling Edward about the Assassins and the nothing is true, everything is permitted, she's basically teaching him the core of the Assassins. You know, trying to basically instill in him this idea that he should take a wider view of the world. You know, and Mary sees great potential in Edward and thought the world of him, because there was something that she saw in Edward that others didn't see. You know, and in the lore, Edward goes on to be a master assassin in London. But some players feel that if it's not in the game, it doesn't count. Whereas I'm the type of player that's like, if it's not in the game, but the overall lore of the series confirms something, then it does matter.
Whoa.
And so the fact that he does become an assassin, and we don't see it officially happen in the game, doesn't mean that it's not important, or that it doesn't matter, or that it doesn't count. But part of my celebrating the game's 10th anniversary this year is going to be to really dive deep into those things with the game. Okay, so I don't want to get any more flags in the kingdom. We need to go to Acre. So we don't go that way because that goes to Jerusalem. Ghost Chicken Valhalla felt like a Viking game with an Assassin's Creed DLC to you. Yeah, so that's the thing, like, as much as it's good to have Darby McDevitt back, the thing about that is he still has quote-unquote masters that he has to adhere to, you know what I mean? Like, Ubisoft, ultimately, there's someone higher up than Darby McDevitt that decides what goes into a game like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you know, and he has to work within the framework of that. Like dialogue choices, for example, you know, I don't know how he personally felt about having to write for dialogue choices. So I can't say whether or not he felt that was, you know, the wrong way to go about things. But if you do have dialogue options, obviously it means that when you're coming up with what you want characters to say, you have to think more than just a single thread. You need to think multiple threads at once. And then, you know, track that through as well. But even then, you know, the programmers who are programming when that dialogue happens need to also make sure that they're on the same page and making sure that it happens when it's supposed to happen, you know, and all that kind of stuff, and the different branchings off and things like that. But yeah, there definitely would have been a mandate, I'd say, where it's like you need to write in some Assassins related stuff, but you also need to make sure that you're telling a story that people who don't know about the Assassins in the Creed or the hidden ones or whatnot don't have to have all that knowledge, and they can just play the game and enjoy it for being a Viking game. I think that's the thing about a game like that, is having those constraints. Whereas for something like Mirage, where they're trying to go back to that old school style of storytelling maybe as well with Assassin's Creed, and not having dialogue choices, that would be a big, big plus. And that's the thing, right? Like, there are games that do dialogue choices amazingly. But the thing about Ubisoft is, what they do is they look at what made something successful, and they feel that all they need to do is take that element and then put it in their own game. But they don't understand why what they saw in the other game actually works really well. You know, like if you look at a game like Mass Effect 1, for example, I was playing that game as a renegade, and for the majority of the game I would say that all the dialogue options that are available to you, there are definitely ones that fit the renegade playstyle, where your character is basically not caring about another character by saying, you know, just get to the point. You know, like a character lost some people, that's like, look, just tell me what you want me to do, you know, that kind of thing. Where if you look at a game like Odyssey, you can't play Cassandra or Alexius as quote-unquote a renegade. You can in gameplay. You can go around killing innocent people left, right, and center and stealing things, you know, but you can't say to yourself, right, I'm going to play Cassandra as a renegade character who, you know, will unlock some renegade options in their dialogue choices, you know. And that's something that Ubisoft didn't understand about games like Mass Effect and Witcher 3, you know. Witcher 3 is a bit different because, you know, you're playing as a character like Geralt, and they want to give the player some leeway, but ultimately there's obviously things that Geralt himself, you know, wouldn't do that aren't given to you as an option to do. The smarter thing with Odyssey would have been to basically make it that if you play your character robbing and killing innocent people, then that will actually start to unlock some different options in the dialogue. But that doesn't happen. Basically, they just put in
Use
multiple options
counterattacks
and leave
when
it at
faced
that.
with multiple enemies.
And then it just becomes a
gain
thing
the
of what do
advantage
you
in
think the
combat.
character would say? Or if you were in this character's shoes and you had these options, which one would you say out of the options? Spicy Chicken, that's what happened with Man of Steel. They saw how making Batman dark and realistic made the Dark Knight film so successful and did that, but it failed. Exactly, you know, Spicy Chicken. So there's nothing wrong with having a character like Superman doubt himself, you know, and actually ask himself, you know, am I really doing the right thing? But you can't have him be like Batman is, you know. You still need to keep those differences. And I think what should have happened is, yeah, do your Man of Steel that way. But then, in the second movie, with Superman, actually, you know, change that. But what happened, of course, is Man of Steel was such a success for Warner Brothers that they were like, right, we need you to put Batman in now. We need you to create we need you to create a big universe now. Instead of letting things breathe a bit, you know, maybe do a trilogy of Superman movies, and then maybe in an after credits scene at the end of the third Superman movie, you'd have Batman appearing. You know, something like that. And you could also put in a bit of Justice League setup in that third Superman movie, let's say, by having Batman basically say to Superman, you know, I've been keeping an eye on you, I've been, you know, studying your weaknesses and your strengths, and I just want to give you a warning that if you step out of line, I'll be there. You know, that kind of thing. But they were like, no, put Batman in it now. Oh, put Wonder Woman in now. Oh, put Flash. Oh, put Cyborg. I'll put, you know, it's like put all these characters in. Guys, Chicken, you think seeing Batman at the Battle of Metropolis was perfect though? Oh, it was. What I love about that part of that movie is I love how Bruce Wayne, in that moment, he completely discards worrying about if people will actually notice his skills, you know. He's just basically going in there, and I think it's a great example of showing how the things that Bruce Wayne does as Batman, you know, are actually part of who he is. He's not just doing it because that's part of a persona. You know, it's also part of him. That instinct to actually save people, you know, is definitely on full show there. And having him basically go into danger. Everyone's running away, but no one questions, why is Bruce Wayne running into the danger? But he wouldn't care anyway. You know, you get that sense in that scene. So yeah, there's things in Batman v Superman that I actually liked that I think work well for the character. I just wish it wasn't so much bogging down of Superman in that movie. Because I think Henry Cavill deserved a chance to actually have another standalone Superman movie. Because it would have been a good way to actually get people to... Oh, that's right, we haven't been to Arcra yet. Damn, I didn't realize we hadn't been to Arcra yet in this playthrough. Alright, so that changes things. Alright, so... need to synchronize this viewpoint.
Don't hurt me! Be gone, beggar. Archie, you done complaining yet?
Beggar.
That's all you do.
Sure, Altair's a beggar.
You
I
don't.
beg of you, just a few coins.
As for things like cinematic universes and things,
No, you don't get
the reason why the MCU was able to do it so well is because they took their time and they introduced each character
You're hurting me.
individually, and that created hype for those who knew that they were actually, you know, Avengers. Because, you know, not everyone knew about that, or if they did, they'd only heard about it. Now, I'm talking like just casual moviegoers and stuff. But you can't just emulate that and expect it to work. And the problem with DC is that what they should have done is focus on standalone movies.
Push him again.
Because when you think about it, it's now 10 years since Man of Steel came out, right? Imagine what they could have done in this 10-year period if they had actually took their time, introduced one character in one movie at a time, you know, and then set up the idea of the Justice League. But then again, too, that's also something about movies that are at a disadvantage compared to doing a series. Is that with doing a movie, you only have a finite amount of storytelling time to fit in.
I'll cut
Suppose, Chicken, you've been wondering if Metallo would have been a better villain for Batman vs Superman. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like having a villain like Lex Luthor that they had. It's kind of like Zod was, you know, a character that could match Superman's skills, right? So you had that, but then instead of continuing with, oh shit, I'm not ready to collect flags yet. But yeah, instead of having another villain that is not human, who actually has powers that could be equal to or greater than Superman to give him a challenge, they decide to go with Lex Luthor again. You know, it's like...
This is actually quite amusing.
They considered him because there's concept art of him. They were planning for the guy who lost his legs to become him. Oh yes, that's right. I remember that character now in Batman v Superman. It's been a long time since I saw that movie, so there's little things that I've forgotten about it now. But yeah, that character, I can't remember the character's name though, but I know the one you mean. It's a shame that the Assassin's Creed movie wasn't executed much better and wasn't really successful, because if there's ever a franchise that already has built-in potential for different characters, different time periods and all that, and characters joining up, it definitely would have been, you know, Assassin's Creed. But you know, maybe they can turn things around with the series that they have in development. And the other thing is too, shows like Vikings, where it's set in that time period, those kinds of shows are very popular as well. And the fact that Assassin's Creed covers multiple eras and centuries and locations, it was also perfect. It's also perfect for that kind of thing too, as well. I think the thing about characters like Desmond and also Altair, Ezio, Connor, you know, all the characters that we've seen in games. In a live-action series, for example, if you were to have those characters, obviously you would need to cast differently. So it would make it difficult to find people who actually not only fit the character, but fit the actual series as well. But that might be what they need to do, you know. But the other thing is, if they were to do that, I think the best way to go about it is to cast unknown people. Because the thing about casting someone who's already well known or slightly known is that some have an idea already of what that actor brings to other characters they've seen them play, and that can decide whether they want that actor or not. Like, I haven't seen the Batman movie with Robert Pattinson, but that's an example of an actor who is so well known for other stuff that when he was cast, people used what they knew him from as a way to form an opinion on how he would be as Batman, you know, which I think is fine. I think it's okay to do that. But let's say they do a live-action Assassin's Creed and they're like, right, we're going to cast someone for the role of Altair. Let's cast Chris Pratt, for example. I'd be like, no way. Like, for me, like, let's say you said to me, okay, Rod, you're in charge of casting for Altair in a live-action movie.
Don't try to run, old man. There's nowhere to go.
Number one, I'd want to go for more authenticity with the character.
Will you be quiet? No one's going to
And actually cast someone who authentically could portray someone like Altair in the place in the world that they actually live. You know, who actually has lived in that part of the world and also knows a bit of history about that, or is willing to learn about it. You know what I mean? Like, have someone that's willing to do a little bit of research for it. But probably go to, you know, either independent movies and look at movies that are set in the past, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Especially ones that are from the country in which a character like Altair lives in, you know, and actually see from casts there, you know, who could portray the character. And I don't know how everyone would feel about it, but I really feel that you could get away with just having subtitles for what Altair is saying. So that if you're watching in your own country and you want to have subtitles in your own language, then you can. But Altair himself would be speaking Arabic in the movie. Like, that's how I'd approach it if you said to me, hey, you cast someone for Altair in Assassin's Creed series, and, you know, what would you...
I'll have your hands for
what would you be looking for? Spicy Chicken, you have the hidden blade from the AC movie. You used to have the jacket too, but you gave that to one of your friends because it didn't fit you anymore. Oh, didn't it? Oh, really? Yeah, that's frustrating when that happens. Because especially if you really liked that jacket. I don't really have much, well, not necessarily memorabilia from the series, but in terms of like collectibles, I don't really have a whole lot of stuff. And because I don't buy physical copies of games anymore, whenever there's like a special edition that comes with collectibles, I don't actually buy physical anymore, so I can't get any more of those. But I do have a replica hidden blade in the style of Ezio's from Assassin's Creed 2. I actually bought that at the midnight launch of Assassin's Creed 3 back in 2012. I also got a Connor statue when I bought Assassin's Creed 3, because that was around the time when I was still buying physical copies of games. So I still have that. But apart from that, nothing else. Spice Chicken, you have some AC merch, bikes, hidden blade, a hat, an Origins poster, and a small bike and Edward figure. Oh, that's so cool, Spicy Chicken.
This place is restricted.
Yeah, it's cool to get stuff like that. Something I wouldn't mind getting, but I've never I've never even sat down to look at pricing or something. When it's winter, I'd love to actually get an assassin's hoodie like Desmond wears. Oh, did you? You did, Spice Chicken? Cool. So what was it for? Was it for like going to a convention or something? Or was it for like a fancy dress party? Or
Here's your cries, your complaints. You say he turns away from... Stop following me.
he's like, stop following me. You don't need to follow me. You don't need to follow anybody.
You need something?
Oh, so it was for Halloween. Oh, sweet. Yeah, that would have been fun.
People of Acre, listen well. Guardian of Blues is a good man. He means only to help. He's sworn an oath to serve and save the promised people. People of Acre, listen well. Guardian of Blues is a good man.
Do that before?
He means only to help.
Like, wouldn't it be funny if he hurt himself? It wouldn't really NPC, because then you'd be never laughing again. Hey, Fewer, welcome. How's it going? Holy crap, you respect the no HUD and all flags. Yeah, it's definitely something. When I did the no HUD playthrough for the first time with this game last year, I had a rule where I couldn't even look at the map to actually see where I was going. I had to completely rely on everything internal to the game world. But for this playthrough, I was just like, nah, I won't worry about that. So I can use the map to look at stuff, but obviously it means that without the HUD on and collecting flags, I need to use a guide to double check. Speaking of flags, I don't want to collect that one yet. Spice Chicken, if you had the choice, you'd get a Shay cosplay to wear. Yeah, that would have a lot to it as well, to put together. Especially so intricate, you know, the Templar outfits can be.
Heathen!
Heathen! Fewer Rod hakes on Rogue, but Shay has some pretty sharp outfits. Yeah, it's funny, because I don't even have Arno wear Shay's outfit. Also some laughably goofy ones too. Yeah. It would seem he makes his own luck, but he doesn't make his own clothes.
What's that
I
fool
need
doing?
money, sir. I'm poor.
You've no
I'm
reason to
sick
stand
and
here.
hungry.
Alright, so this NPC is voiced by Susan Glover.
A few coins, please. But I need money, sir. I'm poor. I'm sick and hungry.
But I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry. What does Altair look like? A bank? But Chicken, the Master Templar uniform is the best. Is it? The Master Templar uniform? Is that the one in Black Flag? Or do you mean just like in general?
Leave, peasant.
Heathen. Peasant. Bloody peasant. Help, I'm being repressed. Bloody peasant. Furia, you wonder if she ever gets approached at Comic Cons to say that line. Oh yeah, that'd be so funny actually. It's like, Susan, would you be able to sign this picture of you as this begging woman from Assassin's Creed 1? And could you please ask me for a few coins? But yeah, that's there's Susan's roles in Assassin's Creed, but she's also been in quite a few other games that I've played, like Deus Ex, Human Revolution, and Mankind Divided as well. In Human Revolution, she actually plays Megan Reed's mother, Cassandra, and she also plays Athene.
It's forbidden for you to be here.
David Saraf's secretary. But she was also in Prince of Persia, The Warrior Within. She actually voices the harem dancing enemies, or harem dancer enemies, that are very fucking annoying in that game, especially when you're fighting them on a beam. Because if you don't get your timing right to strike them, they'll just knock you off. Let's go up here. Spicy Chicken, it's a colour variant of Shay's robes, but in white. Oh, okay. I don't know if I've seen them before, or if I have, I've forgotten. Interesting. Hey, Dragoblade. Lore question, the death scenes where he can talk to the person he just killed and they can talk back, is that just a game dynamic or actually some type of gift the Assassins and Templars have? Well, that's the thing. Some of them feel like they could have literally been what the target was saying in their dying moments. It's just that when the game presents it to us, it shows them walking around still. Like in this game, when you're talking to them, they still walk around and stuff. In a game like Black Flag, when you kill a Templar target, it goes into a stylized cutscene, of course, but the enemy is usually on the ground, dying, while Edward is standing over them and talking. Then in Assassin's Creed Unity, when you kill the main enemy of that game, it goes into the stylized conversation, except the character mentions that it seems like the Father of Understanding has... He essentially says, it seems like the Father of Understanding has granted us this final moment. So that kind of confuses things, so I'm not 100% sure, because it does slightly change depending on what game. And then you get Origins that kind of make it like a stylized thing, in a different way to what AC1 does, even, you know. But yeah, I think it's hard to really pinpoint down and say whether or not every single one we see is just something that is done for presentation's sake, or whether it's literally always what they're saying in their dying moments before they die as well. I mean, I don't know if someone stabs you in the neck with a hidden blade, how much time you have to still talk, but but yeah, that's probably the best I can answer, Dragoblade. But yeah, that just confuses stuff. And then you get, you know, it depends on who is coming up with the idea too, because then they change things again as well. Fewer, you think the theory is the conversations didn't actually exist, but the DNA melding into the Animus picks up what may have transpired. I love the ambiguity of it. Did the conversations really take place? Is it Animus exaggeration? Make your own theory. Yeah, I don't know if I think it's fully that in every instance. It might be in some, but for example, in Assassin's Creed 1, Altair literally tells Al-Mualim the things that were said to him by the Templar that he's killed. So that would make me feel like the conversations did actually happen. But again, as I said, because there's been so many different ways that they've shown it in the series, it makes it hard for me to sort of like say for certain.
You seem to know exactly what you want. I like that in the customer.
Dragoblade, you also asked because in Black Flag near the end he killed what he thought was the main guy, but then the guy in armor interrupts him because it was a decoy, so he like broke into the death scene. Yeah, that's another thing too. I think that was to also make the player feel like they had done it, and had achieved what they needed to do. But then, you know, it's like in Assassin's Creed Revelations when Ezio does the air assassination on Shakulu, but doesn't actually kill him. It's just one of those things where they're presenting it one way to us, but just showing that that would have happened. You think Hatham's final moment to Connor was real, but you think William Johnson's wasn't real, but who knows? Yeah, but no, I'd probably I'd probably lean more towards the conversations do actually happen. It's just that the way that we see them as the player is presented that way. Altair himself, or Ezio himself, or Connor himself, or Aveline herself, or, you know, Aya herself, like they're not seeing that in that way. And it's kind of hard, you know, because you're dealing with doing something for stylistic sake versus something that's internal to the universe of the series, plus something that's logical, internally logic to what's going on, you know, so there's all these different factors. Because I really don't know how the Animus could read the mind of the characters and extrapolate from that what they think they might have said.
None can withstand the might of King Richard's army. He is graced by God. It is only a matter of time, friends, before all the land is...
Dragonblade, appreciate the insight and thoughts, guys. Oh, that's okay, Dragonblade. Yeah, there's so many aspects to this series, it's crazy. That's okay, Spicy Chicken. Absolutely no trouble at all. I hope that you don't get that bad experience with food again, and definitely see you next time. For your Unity's corridor scenes seem more ethereal because they depict moments where Arno wasn't present, especially when Germain says, "I'm not really here, I'm not there either," at the moment you're bleeding out on the temple floor. But you think Syndicate's corridor scenes were 100% legit, dying moment conversations with Jacob and Evie? Yeah, so that's the thing about Arno, because he has a different kind of eagle vision type thing, where he can actually see the memories of the targets that he's actually killed, you know. But yeah, I personally feel that it's more a case that the conversations do actually happen. It's just that we are being shown them stylistically. So when Altair speaks to the target he's just killed, Altair's not seeing this alternate visual reality suddenly surrounding both of them and talking. It's just something stylized for us to experience, just to make it more interesting than just having someone standing over a dead body talking to it. Or not a dead body, but a dying person talking to it. Few of the corridor scenes and Origins are quite stylized and closer to Unity, so you don't think those are real. Yeah, again, I think what's being said is really being said, but we are shown something completely different stylistically. It's just like in movies, not everything is supposed to be taken literally. Some things are actually just stylized for a certain kind of effect.
Does he really have a reason for doing that?
Viewer, maybe none of them are real though, you love the ambiguity.
I'll have your hands for that.
Yeah, well, as I said, like there's certain characters that reiterate what they were told by the target, so that to me would say in those cases it's definitely conversations that really happened. Like Altair will go to Al-Mualim and literally talk about what the person told him in their dying moments.
Where was he going like that? That was not very nice, Richard.
Don't hurt me, please.
Pathetic. The old man's gonna cry.
Stop this, please. You're hurting me.
Aren't you done complaining yet?
he should stop acting like a child.
But I think the best thing to do when you're trying to analyze stuff like this in a game is look at what the games are actually doing and saying and telling the player as well.
Leave this place.
I think it's very easy sometimes to read about something that someone said online or watch a video where someone talks about something and then taking what they're saying as them knowing 100% that what they're saying is the truth about the matter.
Reason for his nonsense.
We must not be of his mind.
Like, for example, if I want to write a story about Altair, I'm not just going to wing it. I'm going to actually study the games that already have his character in it and the story, so I can actually come up with stuff. And I'm going to, you know, research it to remind myself of things. You know, I'm not going to rely on, you know, something I read about the character, for example. And that goes for any franchise. Like, if you were hired to write a sequel to a long-running series, you wouldn't just make up any bullshit you liked and then call it a day.
Who's responsible for this?
Because there's frameworks that need to be held up. And this is the other problem, too, is that when it comes to storytelling, even the most fantastical world being created by an author, or whatever the case may be, has logic and rules within it. For example, imagine if in Harry Potter, all Harry had to do was just stand there and say, Avada Kedavra Voldemort, without even having Voldemort there, and he just died instantly because, you know, simply saying those words together in the person's name makes that person die. Like, that would be way too easy of a thing, for example, you know. So even fantasy has its own rules that has to be adhered to as well. You can't just go in there and make up anything. It's like if you're going to do a sequel to Assassin's Creed 2, say, and then you have it that Ezio turns into a giant monster and goes around killing people. That's not really, you know, adhering to how things work in the Assassin's Creed series.
Here you go.
As much flack as Syndicate gets, it has two great corridor scenes. Obviously Maxwell Roth is just the best character in the game, but Lucy Thorns is also great because Evie is ignorant to the Shroud and asks for help and just gets a no, which totally subverts your expectations of the corridor scene. Yeah, and it's very fitting of Lucy's character as well. And speaking of Lucy Thorne, I'd be remiss if I didn't do this. Of course, it wouldn't work that way. Yeah, that's the thing about Syndicate. Like, the only issues that I have with it really is things that don't ruin the whole experience. So they're not major issues. Like, for example, I wish they were a bit more balanced in having Evie do some things that would be considered the wrong thing to do. The only thing that she really does wrong is view Henry as someone that she can't be with. That's the only thing that they kind of have her change her mind about, you know. But with Jacob, it's like Jacob sneezed while killing a Templar. Oh, because you sneezed while killing the Templar, that means that the Templars robbing a bank is your fault now. Just to use an example that's not 100% from the game, but you know, so I wish there was a bit more of, you know, Evie fucked up, as well as Jacob sometimes messing up. Because it's just a bit tone-deaf writing, because the thing about the Templars is that every time the assassins succeed, the Templars are able to find some way to turn that success into an advantage for them. So if Jacob assassinates Twopenny, then the Templars will just basically set up a situation where they sabotage the bank. You know, so when Evie gets angry that Jacob, that Jacob caused it to happen, there's a bit of tone deafness put into her character by the writers, because surely she knows as an assassin that the Templars can do things like that. You know what I mean? They can do things that change it because they have all the money, the power, and the resources. You know, like if an assassin assassinated the head of the Templars and it was on camera, the Templars could then doctor the footage to make it look like the assassin killed an innocent person. You know, so that's one of the things about the way that they wrote Evie that I feel that they sort of should have done differently. But she is a great character, and I like how she admits that she was wrong about, you know, her father being the one who knows everything. But it's not a strong enough thing to really be too, like, distraught over or anything like that.
This place is restricted. Be gone!
Hey there, gamer guy. How's things going? I hope things are going well. Drago, that's why Brandon Sanderson is the best fantasy author. He makes rules and all characters are subject to them. Oh, that's really good, Dragoblade. I've never actually heard of him or his work, but that is a great idea, because then if someone else was to want to continue their work at a later point, at least there's a guideline to actually follow.
That fool must be out of his mind. Damn fool! What's he running from?
What's he running from? Alright, so I'm not ready to actually do the main target mission, but we're in Accra now, and this is the poor district, so I need to actually go and find a video that covers the flags in the poor district of Accra. Alrighty then. Okay, so we wonder what flags they are too. As in what they're called in the game. Hospitalia, Templar, and Teutonic. It doesn't specify which districts those were from. Alright, let's go for Hospitalia flags. Let's see which district that's actually in. Oh good, it's in the poor district. Okay, so that works out good. Alright, so they go to somewhere about here. Dragoblade, never could bring yourself to do the flags, so tedious. Yes. There is a hell of a lot of them, and the creative director of the game didn't actually want any collectibles in the game at all, but Ubisoft forced their hand. So he was kind of like, okay, you want collectibles in this game? Here's 420 collectibles, all scattered just randomly around the game world. There we go. There's the collectibles in the game. Now, can we ship it out? Not that that's exactly what he said, but... And that further went on the kind of like trolling with collectibles in Assassin's Creed 2. Although not as strongly, because at least you get cutscenes. But the actual reward you get for getting all the feathers in that game is a cape that Ezio wears, that in every single part of the game, if you wear it, you'll be fully detected straight away. That's kind of like, well, they wanted me to put collectibles in this game too. This is what happens when you get them all. Give you something that's Not something that you would want.
You're no monk. Your god is forsaken.
But you're no monk. Hey there, Harbinger. The anchor boss in control. You went there right after getting levitate, died like 4 to 5 times to full damage, lost 45 to 50 source. Yeah, that's the thing about that game. Like when you die, you actually lose the ability. Like you don't lose the ability, sorry. You lose, you know, that much amount of source that goes towards upgrading things.
Pathetic. The old man's gonna cry.
Alright, so where is this flag? Is this the one that they're going to get in the guide, I wonder? Let's see.
Push him again.
Nope, it's not. The one that they're going to get is over this way, somewhere, I think.
Now why is he doing that?
Not that one. It's over this way, I think. Yeah, so this is the one that they get next in the guide.
Why are you doing that?
Someone should stop him before he hurts himself.
Does he really have a reason for doing that?
Aren't you done complaining yet? That's all you do.
Help! I need help! Please! Anyone!
Pathetic. The old man's gonna cry. Aren't you done complaining yet? That's all you do. You're no monk. Your god has forsaken you.
Foolish old man.
Move.
Don't hurt me, please!
Aren't you done complaining yet? That's all you do.
Push him again.
That's okay, Dragoblade. Thank you so much for being here and for chatting for a little bit. I hope you have a good one. Catch you next time. Gamer Guy, been away on holiday. Oh, you have? For about 6 weeks. Just got back yesterday. How's you been? Hope the year's been good to you, Roddy. That is awesome, Gamer Guy, that you've been on holiday. That's a good amount of time, too. I hope you had a great time. Hope it went well. And it has been so far, yeah. Yeah, I changed the name of the channel at the start of the year. I wanted something that was shorter and something that wasn't strictly horror themed, as well as something that still kept Rod in the title. I didn't want to change that. But yeah, thought after 6 years I'd change the channel theme and the name. I hold here a list, 9 men adorned, 9 men who need to die. They are plague bringers, war makers. Their power and influence corrupt the lands, ensuring that the crusades continue. Find them, kill them. In doing so, you will sow the seeds of peace, both for the region and for yourself. 9 lives in exchange for mine. A generous offer, indeed. Have you any questions? Only where I need begin. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, Harbinger.
Pathetic. The old man.
Did he just run into that person?
Hey, could you please not do that again?
Pathetic. The old man's gonna cry.
No, you don't understand. I'm poor, sir. I need the money. Please, sir, have any money?
He's going to hurt himself. And
The
when he
family's
does,
sick and dying.
This'll teach you not to steal.
There are a few coins. I beg of you, sir. I beg of you, just a few coins, please.
Die.
No, honestly, just a little money. I beg of you. I beg of you, sir. I beg of you, just a few coins.
Right.
No.
You ever see someone do that before? I haven't.
he hurts himself. I'm not helping.
Dare steal in my presence. Double cost you your life.
Let go of me. I've done nothing wrong. I beg of you. Why are you doing this? What have I done?
Thief! This'll teach you not to steal.
Let go of me. I've done nothing wrong.
Die, thief!
Help me. Somebody help me. I need money, sir. Please help me.
You dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that!
Help me. Somebody help me.
Die, thief!
Gamer guy, yeah, you noticed zombie was missing from your tag. You thought, wait a minute, imposter, lol. Yeah, I'm glad that you still had a look, gamer guy. That's for sure. Because I was hoping that for those who might have missed both when I announced that I was doing it, but also the actual stream where I did my final Rod Zombie stream, I figured hopefully with Rod still in the username, it might give people a bit of a clue that it's still me. Or at least be curious enough to find out.
You're not supposed to be here. Leave. I'll get you!
People of Acre, listen well. Guardian of Blues is a good man. He means only to help. He's sworn an oath to serve and save, a promise he won't betray. None are nearly so gifted as to concern and release the heart of others. Guardian of Blues is without here. Guardian hears your cries, your complaints. You say he turns away from your suffering, but this is unfair, untrue. He is
Why would he do that? He's going to hurt himself, and when he does, I won't help him. You ever see someone do that before? I haven't.
Gamer Guy, old school Assassin's Creed, so underrated. It really is. There's so much about it that is great for newcomers to the series as well. But it's understandable, given the game's age, that it wouldn't be enough to entice people. But the great thing about this game is the way that they focus on the Assassins and the Creed. It helps re-ground me in the series, and also it's a good reminder of where things began, and to appreciate the things that we take for granted now, not only just in this series in terms of like gameplay, but also games in general, you know. And that's why I really like being able to still replay games like this. You just ordered a chicken and an egg from Amazon, and I'll tell you which one comes first. That's quite a plan you've hatched there, Shin. Wonder if it's going to yield any results. You sometimes miss the precise parkour of side jumping like that, but also you don't because the older parkour or Ezio and Altair is difficult at times. Yeah, there is some stuff though that is actually player error that gets blamed on the game. Like for example, if I want to have Altair not jump off this edge, you either walk to it, or you just hold down the right trigger and run or jog, and he'll drop and hang automatically. Then it's up to you at that point. Do you press the B button to drop? Or, when that happens, where you run like this and he goes like this, or the jump button. Now if he's hanging like this and you press the jump button, nothing happens, right? But if you hold the right trigger and press the jump button, that happens. So what people do is they hold down not only the right trigger but also the A button, which is also what makes Altair sprints, and when he does this and gets to an edge, this happens. He jumps off. So when players are sprinting through and they're on the rooftops and Altair jumps off the edge and off and then they die, it's because the player was holding those button combinations down. if they had just been holding the right trigger only, Altair would just hang off the side of the ledge and drop safely. You know, so there are some things that get blamed on the game and the controls being at fault when it's actually the player. And the thing about it is, I even do it myself. Like sometimes I'll forget and I'll be holding down all the buttons to make the character sprint, and then I'll forget that it also makes them jump when you reach the edge as well. There are some things here and there that are like that. But of course there are things that are the game itself doing it. Like if you just want to drop down, like if you're at a viewpoint but you don't want to drop down into the haystack or do a leap of faith, you just want to go down, one little level of it, then when you actually press the drop button, the character will get sucked into the leap of faith vacuum and all of a sudden your character's going down. Like stuff like that can be annoying, which does happen from time to time. No Gamer Guy, yeah, not doing 100%. I'm playing without the HUD, and I set up a community challenge before I started the playthrough, and part of that was if the points target was reached, I would actually get all the flags in this playthrough, and it was reached, and so here we are. But I won't be going around killing all the special Templars, or doing all the investigations, just doing the minimum.
Qui a osé faire ça?
What a peculiar man.
But I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry. I beg of you, sir. I beg of you. Just a few coins, please. A few coins. All I ask for is but a few coins. Please, sir, have any money? I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you.
It's forbidden for you to be here.
So we've a murderer nearby.
The Saracens are routed at every turn. We cast them out of Acre and pushed them from the countryside. Now they retreat.
You die here! Over here!
By God, it is only a matter of time.
I'll knock you down!
He's an assassin!
Un assassin! Les flammes! Arrêtez-le! Tuez-le! Tuez-lui! Rattrapez-le! Trouvez l'endroit où il se cache! Le voilà! Il s'essouffle! Ramenez-le-moi! Trouvez l'endroit où il se cache! Là-bas! Il ne doit pas... C'est lui!
Gamer Guy, not many new players will experience the first AC1, as it's only really accessible on PC now. However, it can be played on modern consoles like only Xbox Series or even older like Xbox One and 360 thanks to backwards compatibility. Yeah, that's actually the version that I'm playing. I've played the PC version and it's great, but I could never get my controls to actually feel the same that it feels with the Xbox 360 version. So for this playthrough, I've decided to go with the Xbox 360 version again. Last year, to celebrate this game's 15th anniversary, to get the experience as close as my first one as possible, I played this version as well. And this year I'm like, I may as well play it again, this Xbox 360 version, because at least the controls are exactly the way that I need them to be. Jinso Rod, are you going to try the Cursed Weapon Challenge in Origins? I will eventually, but not for my next annual playthrough of it. There's actually a type of playthrough that I want to do with that game that I haven't done before, that I really like to. But because I'll be doing my annual series earlier, obviously it means I'll have more time in the rest of the year to do more. But I wouldn't mind doing it though, because it does sound interesting. Hey Hippie, how's it going? Good afternoon. Yeah, Root's like, yeah. Gamer Guy, it's early morning for you, is it? 6:30 AM? Oh no, really, really early. Damn. My time 6:30, I was still asleep. Oh, you're on your mobile? Cool. Oh, it's good to be able to relax, you know, and enjoy content. Hey, Gamer Guy, give the poor some money. Yeah, that's funny in this game how you can't. I mean, not that Altair is rich or anything. Hippie man, it would be so cool to have a hidden blade. Yeah. Although, have a hidden blade as in on your person, or have a hidden blade as in someone's used it on you. Hey Levy, good morning to you. How's things going with you? It's going great, Levy. It's a bit hot here though still, which is kind of annoying. But it's not as hot as it has been, thankfully. But I went and got some things downtown today and it was like, air conditioner please, which was good. Because the places I went to had air conditioning. But also, going in the frozen food section just to pass by the cold air was nice. Hey there, Senny. Hello to you as well, dude. 7:30. That's better. But yeah, I was still asleep at 7:30 this morning, my time too.
Where is the heathen responsible for this?
Where is the heathen responsible? Altair's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Responsible for what? Alright, so the next flag. Where, oh where is it? Where is Flag Lee? Alright, so this one is about here.
Right then. Where are you?
Who did this?
Alright, hopefully this flag here is the one that the guide maker I'm looking at goes for. It is, that's good. Sometimes you can't tell because sometimes guides have gone for a flag that isn't the next one nearest, but they've gone for one that's further away and then they've come back to the one that was nearest. I'm like, why didn't you just grab the one that was nearest first and then went over to the other one? But yeah, this is the exact one that I was looking for. Altair showing off his standing dance moves. Alright, next flag they go for is somewhere over this way. Please, sir, do you have any money?
He should stop acting like a child. What a fool.
Heathen! You'll die for that!
The way he spun as he fell. Levy, yeah, you're heading out in about an hour. Doesn't time fly? That's going to be great though, to go on a vacation and spend some time and take a break from streaming as well. It does feel a bit weird, because I remember when I went away for 2 weeks over the Christmas holidays that it was weird sometimes to not stream. But I hope you have a safe trip. EPT going to give your kid a hidden blade in case he's getting bullied at school. Yeah. He'd be like, give me all your love, what you're wearing. That's good. Catch you next time. See ya. Yeah, Ryu, he just slid off. It's so funny when that happens. I was expecting him to do what happens sometimes where they just basically fly up in the air and then stretch out and then they go whee up in the air. That's okay, Levy. That's absolutely no trouble at all. Accra, city of aching. Alright, so they go next roughly over this way. We're so good when I catch ledge again.
I'll have your head! Come back here! Right here! Search high and low!
Oh, went past the spot.
Over here! Damn you, boss! I'm getting after you! Don't lose him! No! Now you think hiding like a rat can save you!
Having a bit of trouble. I don't know what his problem was. Levy, NPCs will be like in German, Diebstahl wird mit dem Tode bestraft. Sorry, I've probably butchered all that. Oh, was it Levy?
Stand firm.
It's funny because there's some words that Lidus has said in Arabic that I've pronounced when reading it out on stream, and he said that I do pretty good, and I'm like, oh, okay, didn't even realize. Because I just basically try and, like, I know it's not a rule to stick by with everything that you say, but most of the time I try it the way that it sounds, like the way it's spelled out first. But obviously there's some words that have silent letters as well. Alright, this flag is next to a ladder.
Stand firm.
But not this one, because we're not even in the right corridor slash alley. Alright. This is the one. That's the one that they collect. 14 out of 33, 14 out of 33. Matches the guide. No, that's as best as I can get it.
I'll have your hands for that!
Anyone please help me?
Die, thief!
Help me! Somebody! Help me!
LT is like, I missed the part where that's my problem.
Let go of me! I've done nothing wrong!
Thief! This will teach you not to steal. Now wouldn't it be funny if he hurt himself?
Yeah, it'd be hilarious.
I've done nothing
Wouldn't it be funny
Dirty thief!
if he stuck the hidden blade in my throat? Oh, blimey, it's in my throat!
Anyone please help me!
As that enemy in Assassin's Creed Syndicate says, when you're testing the voltaic bombs for Alexander Graham Bell.
Poor and
Die,
sick and
thief.
hungry! Help me! Somebody help me!
Die, thief!
Help! Anyone please help me!
Viewer, calling it a night here. The melatonin chew is kicking in for your weekend fun. Have a great stream, Rod. Gonna listen to the show whilst you sleep. That's understandable, viewer. Thanks for being here. I really hope that you have a great rest as well. Thank you so much for leaving the stream on lurk also. I really appreciate you doing that. Really hope you have a great rest. Now, is this the guide that they go for, I wonder? I mean, is this the flag they go for in the guide, I wonder? Yeah, it's just that they're approaching it from this side.
Let go of me! I've done nothing wrong!
You dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that! You dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that!
What have I done?
You dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that. You dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that. Dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that. Dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that. That's enough of the singing. Sorry for subjecting people to that.
I'll have your hands!
Assassin's Creed the musical.
Help! Anyone, please!
I'll take your hands for that. He'll take your hands for that.
You dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that!
Oops. Ah, maybe this is the flag that they go for anyway. And it looks like it is. Well, that was good. Glad I fell next to the actual flag that they were actually going for. Ryu Dirty Thief, Rod Legion mix. Yeah. I just had an idea for a meme about that. You dirty thief, I'll have your hands for that. So basically you have a character taking something, and then the soldier is like, you dirty thief, I'll have your hands for that. And then the person's like, oh, sorry, I forgot to wash today. I'll put this back. And then it cuts to, you know, whatever time later. And then they return and they steal the item. And then the soldier's like, that's better. The next time you want to steal something, make sure you've had a bath first. And then the soldier walks off. I just had a funny thought, Ryu. Taking something from Aladdin and putting it to Assassin's Creed 1 footage of Altair running across rooftops and stuff.
You dare steal in my presence! That will cost you your life! Die!
You dare steal in my presence? I paid a lot of money for those presents. They're not intended for you anyway. How dare you steal my presents? That will cost you your life. But my life's only worth $5. Oh, okay, that's alright then. Just don't do it next time.
Please, someone do something.
Die, thief!
Uh-huh, that's the one they go after. You, if it was Bully Maguire, I missed the part where that's my problem. Exactly. That's the way to do it. Shin, in Skyrim, if you put a bucket over the head of a shop owner, you can steal anything you want. I can't believe I never thought of doing that before. I wonder if that would happen in Deus Ex, Human Revolution, if you managed to put an item over an NPC's head, if that would stop them from seeing that you were trying to hack into something or not. Alright, so the next flag that they go for is over here.
You dare steal in my presence. That will cost you your life.
Why must he run around like that?
Thief. You dare steal in my presence. That will cost you your life.
Why are you so cruel? I beg of you, sir. I beg of you. Just be kind.
You have no business here. Leave.
How do you know that, guard? Maybe Altair has a business where he sells things on the roof. Jeez.
You're not supposed to be here.
You die!
That enemy's like, let's get the hell out of here! Runs off.
I'll have your hands for that.
Whoa! You know how that happened. Oh yeah, so I think this is the next flag that they get in the guide. Yep, so there was a ladder near the spot. Alright. 20 of 33 Hospitalia flags. Shin, if you steal in Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, if you successfully steal something, your name gets changed to Thief. You know, it's been a very long time since I played that Zelda game. In fact, I want to say it was like 1998, maybe, when I played it last time.
You dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that.
I missed the part where that's my problem. Thanks for redeeming those two together, Ryu. The Bane impression and the Arnie impression. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the follow, Divin God. Alright, so that's that flag collected. Next.
Thief! This'll teach you not to steal.
Have I done wrong? Tell me, please.
You dare steal in my presence, that will cost you your life. Thief!
How odd.
This'll teach you not to steal.
Stop it, please! You're hurting me!
Die, thief! Thief! This'll teach you not to steal.
That hurts! Stop it, please!
Thief! This'll teach you not to steal. Thief! This'll teach you not to steal.
Why would anyone want to do that?
Tell me, please!
Die, thief!
Is that man think?
I don't understand what he's trying to accomplish.
When is he gonna stop this nonsense?
That hurts! Stop it, please!
Thief! This'll teach you not to steal.
What the hell is he doing?
You're hurting me!
Die, thief!
He must not be of his mind. What a strange man.
Thief!
Look at him.
This'll teach you
What's
not
he
to
doing?
steal.
Is there anything to do that?
Stop it, please!
Die, thief!
He's gonna hurt him. This damn fool must
What
be
a
out.
strange man.
Alright, 23 or 33, 10 left to get. Of the Hospitalia ones. Shin, in some games, if you steal an item, you have to go to a certain NPC to sell your ill-gotten goods because normal vendors won't buy an item that is stolen. Eye for an eye and the whole world goes blind. That's true.
You best leave here this.
Because they don't want to touch
Leave me alone,
goods
for
like that.
Christ's sake.
Please, sir, do you have any money? Susan, you keep asking. Every day. All day. Hyundai.
Now, why is he doing that?
Uh-huh. Alright, good. That all lines up.
Do I look like a merchant? No. So
Why me? What have I done wrong?
Who then now? Who then now? Says Althea. Althea's like, and let that be the lesson. Never ask Althea for money. You got that?
Go away!
Why are you doing that?
You ever see someone do that before? I haven't.
Stay strong, citizens. Remain Does he really have a reason for doing that? Be strong. Stand firm. Do not give up.
Hurt himself.
And when without our support, Richard and his men cannot hope to free the Holy Land. We must do all we can to aid them in their cause. Tend to your fields. Provide aid to the wounded. Pray for those who sacrifice in service to the Lord. We must all do our part. Be not afraid. Fear and doubt are the weapons of our enemies. Do not listen to their lies. Poisonous words meant to sow the seeds of confusion. If you find yourself tempted, go and pray. Ask God for direction.
I have your head!
Your heart is pure.
Die,
Rip away!
This shouldn't be too hard. This shouldn't be too hard. Think you can outrun me?
I'm supposed to be a
How did you do that? You're a dead man. You'll never get to work. Heathen! This is
You can't get away from me!
simply good sport.
Do not listen to their lies. Poisonous words meant to sow the seeds of confusion. If you find yourself tempted, go and pray.
You're a dead man.
Nice one, Althea. Just walk on top of him for a little bit. I love that. Reminds me in Dead Rising 1 when you can do the zombie walk over the tops of heads of zombies. Except it's just Althea just stepping on the head of the enemy and walking for a little bit.
How about you turn around and go away?
Who's done this? Tell me.
This is a Lord. What happened?
I'll take you out, Virginia!
Be good when I get the ability back to actually break those grabs. Hey, Devin God. You do speedruns sometimes? No. I'm actually not someone who speedruns, but I do like watching them though. And I haven't seen a full one of this, but I've seen a little bit of a speedrun for AC1. Especially getting all the flags as well at the same time, which, you know, being able to remember the ins and outs of the game map like that.
Alright then, where are you?
Oh, Divin God, you mean followers? Ah, okay, I didn't realise that that's how many it got to. I just appreciate any follow I get, and I don't really look at the follow count that often. Alright, guide. Which is the next flag that it's going to go for?
Have you coins? We must not be of his mind. Why would anyone?
Is there a reason for his nonsense? Dan, where is the heathen responsible for this?
All we need do is ask. And so I say to you, repent! Lay down before him and confess your sin. He will forgive. Such is his nature. And beg forgiveness we must, for only when our hearts and minds are cleansed can victory be assured. A plague upon Saladin! A plague upon his people! We came in peace to the Holy Land to spread the message of our Lord, but they turned away. They refused.
Stop it, please! You're hurting me!
You dare steal in my presence! That will cost you your life!
Won't anyone help me?
You dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that! Die, thief!
What have I done wrong? Help me, please!
Die, thief! Die, thief!
Stop it, please! You're hurting me!
Thief! This'll teach you not to steal.
That hurts! Stop it, please!
Dare steal in my presence! That will cost you
Divin God, I think you want to be popular. Not really. I think being popular is overrated. Because sometimes when people are popular, the people who are making them popular aren't doing it because they genuinely like the person or what they're doing. So I'd rather have genuine people. Like being famous. You know, being famous is definitely not something I would want.
Heavens, what is he doing?
So this should be the one that the guide gets next, I think.
Just a little money, I beg of you.
Plus sometimes people who do want to become popular change who they are in order to become popular. And definitely don't want to do that. Yeah, Devin God.
Please, don't leave like this.
That character was one of those annoying ones, so I just felt like assassinating them.
Go away, peasant.
So I've got a question to you, Divin God, if that's your actual name. Why are you so obsessed with popularity and going into someone's stream and basically accusing them of wanting to be popular? Because it seems like something a certain troll that I know would do. So you're relatively new to Twitch as well. Your creation date for your profile is fairly new. You go to every Assassin's Creed streamer's channel and ask them if they want to be popular. So you're going to ask every person in this chat if they think that I think I want to be popular. To me, that's becoming spam behavior. Alright, so where was that one? Oh yeah, so that's the right spot. Jin, you're so glad that you get over being sick quicker than most. Absolutely. Yeah, being able to do that would be great. You know, especially if you have plans to do something and you don't want to be doing it when you're, you know, not feeling well. At least you know how long.
After him! Eyes down! You beat me mine, hustle, big mine! You'll never get away!
Go that deals with those enemies. Alright, 2 more Hospitalia flags to get. And that's all of those done. That's okay, Shin. Absolutely no worries at all. I hope you have a really good sleep. Catch you next time for sure.
No, you don't understand. I'm poor, sir. I need the money. I beg of you.
Don't understand what he's trying to accomplish.
Few coins, all I ask for is but a few coins. Please, sir, have any money? No, please, don't leave like this. Just a few coins,
Not be of
please.
his mind.
The family's sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins?
Divin God, what is your dream in your channel? Well, I just love streaming and the community of people. I'm not looking for
You must not trespass
fame,
here.
or I'm not looking for thousands of viewers and, you know, 1 million followers and, you know, 20 million subscribers and all that type of stuff. Just doing it because I enjoy.
You are not allowed to be.
And one more flag. Of the Hospitalia kind, anyway. Ho ho! Coat hangers me. Okay, guide, where is the final Hospitalia flag that you go after? Oh yeah, so it's about here somewhere.
Thief! This'll teach you not to steal.
Let go of me! I've done nothing wrong!
Die, thief! You dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that, thief! This'll teach you not to steal.
Help me! Somebody help me!
You dare steal in my presence, that will cost you your life.
Why are you doing this? What have I done?
This'll teach you not to steal.
There it is.
Thief! This'll teach you not to steal.
Why are you doing this?
Alright, so that's all the 33 Hospitalia flags in Accra. And this was in the poor district of the city. There's the middle and rich districts, but we can't access them yet. But as long as I've gotten all the flags in the poor district, when that's the only district available, then I know for sure I've collected all those flags
What the
there.
hell do you want?
So the next step is to actually go and speak to the bureau leader to get the dialogue from them for when you actually first enter the city.
You've no reason to stand there. Thief, leave. This'll teach you not to steal.
Finest wares in all the land.
He must be late for something. Is there a reason for him to do that?
It's great to reach different follower milestones like that, but as I said before, I don't really focus on the numbers.
What have I done wrong? Tell me, please. What have I done wrong? Tell me, please.
Die, thief.
That hurts. Stop it, please.
Yeah, whenever I replay this game, it brings me back to when I first played it, which wasn't in 2007 when the game came out, but a year afterwards. Because by that time I had an Xbox 360 and ended up buying it because I saw it being played at a friend's place. And it seemed intriguing, so and I didn't even know about the present day stuff at that point because I was visiting their place and their brother or their cousin or something was playing it, and I saw a bit of it, but we were going to go somewhere else from there, so all I saw was Altair fighting some dudes, and then we left. But I was like, oh, cool, this looks interesting. Alright, so this is the bureau leader for Accra. We're going to go in there and we're going to talk to him. We'll get some dialogue from him. If you're playing this game and you don't want to worry about seeing the bureau leader at this point, you don't actually have to. You can just basically jump straight into doing the investigations. And then once you've done the minimum amount, which is 2 at this point, once you've done that, you can then just go to the bureau leader and get the mission straight away. So if I wanted to, I could have just gone around, got the investigations done, and then come here and then get the mission to assassinate the main target. But I want to get the dialogue before you do an investigation, and then after you do one of them, go back and get some more dialogue and then do the other one. I'm only doing the minimum 2. I'm not going to do all 6 for every mission.
Ah, Altair. A little bird told me you'd be paying a visit.
Al-Muallim has ordered the execution of Garnier de Naplouse, and so here I am. What can you tell me about him?
He is the Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller, and surely keeps his quarters in their district. Beyond that, I cannot say. I suggest you search the city. See what you can learn from the people.
Tell me where they gather and I'll see what I can find.
The public gardens north of here, or what's left of them, are as good a place as any to begin. There's an abandoned market northwest as well that merits watching. And Maria of Jehoshaphat's church to the west remains a popular meeting place. These 3 locations should be sufficient for your needs.
I appreciate the information, Rafiq. It will be put to good use.
See that it is. Al-Muallim is counting on you. Do not disappoint him. Be on your way. The people hold the answers you seek, not I. Not this bureau. You need to search the city for clues, Altair. You need to search the city for clues, Altair.
Plus you can get some dialogue by just talking, or focusing on him, locking on.
Al-Muallim is counting on you. Do not disappoint him. Be on your way.
Living God, what's he going to give you? So basically what you need to do is you need to go and do your investigations and then come back to him, the Rafiq, and he will then give you the permission to go and assassinate the main target. That'll unlock the main target mission. Welcome back, Gamer Guy. Hope you're enjoying your breakfast. We collected all the 33 Hospitalia flags in Accra. So now I'm actually focusing on the story again now.
You dirty thief! I'll have your hands for that!
Is that
You dare steal in my presence! That will cost you your life!
Let go of me! I've done nothing wrong!
You look like you need something. Well, I have it.
What's he doing?
What have I done?
Thief! This'll teach you not to... When is he gonna stop this nonsense?
If he hurts
Thief!
himself, I'm not.
I'll have your hands for that!
is
What's he doing?
You dirty... Thief! I'll have your hands for that!
I need this dealt with now. The ropes are eaten through with rot and must be replaced. If we wait any longer, we risk an accident.
I understand, but what of the houses I'm supposed to repair?
Never mind the citizens. What do they do anyway but cry and complain? It's the knights who sacrifice that the rest of us might live in peace.
But they've nowhere to go, and the rains will come soon.
I won't warn you again, boy. Do as you're told or you'll find yourself in irons.
Yes, sire.
First, sensible words out of your mouth. You've got the plans now. Get to work.
Yeah, it wasn't until Assassin's Creed Brotherhood that they actually introduced multiplayer, and the last game to actually have it was Assassin's Creed Unity in 2014.
Die, thief!
My family's sick and dying.
Go away, peasant.
No, please, don't leave
Looks
like
like
this.
he's been
Just a
chased
few
by
coins,
someone. Be
please.
gone, beggar.
A few coins, all
He
right.
hurts
Just a
himself.
few
I'm not.
coins.
What the hell do you want?
I need money, sir.
What's
I'm
that
poor
fool
and
doing?
sick and hungry.
Why would you do that?
I beg of you, sir. I beg of you. Just a few coins, please. But I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry. The family's sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins? I need...
You're a dead man! You can outrun me? How? Heathen! This is where you die! You think you can outrun me? I yield!
So what you got there?
Rubbish. The man had no coin to speak of, just some damn tube. All I found was a bit of paper with these nonsense scratchings.
Them's not nonsense, but words and letters.
Why is a man putting words and letters in a tube? It's a waste of tube, if you ask me.
Must be important. Give it here, and I'll have a look.
Like you helped last time. I ain't letting you steal this.
Well, ain't you clever? Have fun with it, then.
Leave me alone, for Christ's sake.
Oh fuck, I forgot. It's probably too late. I forgot to go back to the bureau leader after getting that first investigation done.
Should you enter a fistfight, guards will not interfere. But
What's
drawing
made
your
of
weapon
leather
will turn them
and
off.
sounds like a sneeze? A shoe. Nice. Alright, looks like we can't. Damn it. Ah well. Ah well. Too late now. There's no save files. But that's cool though. I actually exiting the... That was weird. Exiting the Animus after doing the investigation just teleported us back to the bureau. That's interesting. Thanks for the GGs on the mission complete, Divin God.
Altair? How fares your search for Garnier?
I know when and how to strike.
Share your knowledge with me then.
He lives and works within the Order's hospital, northwest of here. Rumors speak of atrocities committed within its walls. It seems the good doctor enjoys experimenting on innocent citizens. Most of them kidnapped and brought here from Jerusalem.
Clever. By stealing his subjects from another city, he avoids arousing too much suspicion here. But back to the matter at hand. What is your plan?
Gagne keeps mainly to his quarters inside the hospital, though he leaves occasionally to inspect his patients. It's when he makes his rounds that I will strike.
It's clear you've given this some thought. I give you leave to go. Remove this stain from Akka, Altair. Perhaps it will help cleanse your own. Rest here until you're ready to begin your mission.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
I didn't even God know, but that's funny. It tears.
A plague upon Saladin! A plague upon his people! We came in peace to the Holy Land to spread the message of our Lord.
Be gone, monk.
Please, you're hurting me.
Leave you dirty thief! Every turn, we cast them out of Acre and...
Don't do that again, understand?
What a strange man.
Leave this place!
Die, heathen! You're mine! Out of my damn way!
Can't run forever! Find out where he's going! I'll get you! Go away, peasant.
I'll cut you down!
You win! I yield!
Hey there, Horn Pub. Moving like a tsunami in the crowd. Yeah.
What happened?
Taking the not so subtle approach of moving through the crowds. How's it going, Horn Pub? Welcome.
No, help! Help me! Help me! Please! You must help me!
Enough, my child. I asked you to retrieve the patient, not to kill him. There. Everything will be all right.
No!
Give me
No!
your hand.
Don't touch me! Not again!
Cast out this fear, else I cannot help you.
Help me? Like you helped the others? You took their souls! I saw! But not mine! No! You'll not have mine!
Take hold of yourself. Do you think this gives me pleasure? Do you think I want to hurt you? But you leave me no choice.
Every kind word matched by the back of his hand! All lies and deception! He won't be content until all bow before him!
You should not have done that. Return him to his quarters. I'll be along once I've tended to the
You
others.
can't keep me here! I'll escape again!
No, you won't. Break his legs, both of them. I am so sorry. Have you people nothing better to do?
There we go. Ouch. Yeah, Divin God. Things didn't turn out well for him. So for those who've never played this game before, you'll notice on the screen there'll be these little what they call glitches in the Animus that will appear. If you press any button at that point, it'll actually change the camera angle in the actual cutscene. So when it showed him getting his legs broken, if you don't press the button when the glitch appears on the screen, then you'll just see it from that distance wherever you are. But if you actually press any button on the controller when that little glitch appears, when he's about to get his legs broken, it'll go into a close-up shot like that and actually show you close up the legs that are breaking. In games now, you can get obviously cinematic mode, like in Red Dead Redemption 2, but the thing about that is it's something that you can obviously do when you're playing in the game. But what I'd love if they actually brought back is in cutscenes, having the ability to press a button to change what camera angle is happening in the cutscene on the fly as it's happening. So for example, let's say you have a cutscene in a game where the main character is running to jump over a gap before the door closes, right?
He's awake.
The cutscene might have them from side on doing the running and then jumping, but if you press a button on the controller during the cutscene, you could make the camera angle, say, switch to a top-down perspective showing him jump across the gap. That's what I mean when I say it'd be cool to bring back the ability to actually make the camera change angles within cutscenes. Within gameplay, yeah, that's something that's already possible, and that already is done a lot, but I think bringing back this idea from AC1 that you can manipulate the camera angles in a cutscene would be really cool to bring back. Yeah, exactly, Divin God. Yeah, it's a good game too, as well, because I really like to get back to it. I'm going to try and do an air assassination on Garnier.
It's all you've done since you brought me. Child, the very fact that we're having this conversation shows that we've made remember before all of you. Maybe come back in time, and you'll see.
They say you can walk now. Impressive.
Been so long. Almost for...
Assassin, you must be taught discipline.
Keep up with him! What are you doing? Move! Move!
Assassin, you must be taught discipline.
I'll cut you down! I'll hunt you down! Get away from me!
So because I want to do an air assassination on him, he has to be unaware.
Use the action view
No
to
backseating,
gather
thanks, Devin God.
information about
I'm
your
trying something.
surroundings.
Stay strong, citizens. Remain fixed in your beliefs. Though the road is long and your trials many, know that God watches over you. It is His hand.
Where's he
that
going?
guides our warriors to victory.
I don't understand what he's trying to accomplish.
What would cause him to run like that?
Help me! Anyone!
Die, thief!
What's wrong with him?
Help! I need help! Please! Anyone!
Push him again!
Why would anyone want to do that? Hey, I've never seen someone do that before.
Why is he doing that?
What the hell is he doing?
He must not be of sound mind.
Is there a reason for his nonsense?
How is he doing that?
Why would anyone want to do that? You ever see someone do that before? I haven't. Why is he doing that?
Yeah, Horn Pub is like, climbs the ladder, random guy. Why would anybody want to do that? Why would anybody want to use the ladder that's standing in a position that would be climbable?
What's he doing?
Oh shit. Bloody hell, Rod. I thought it reset me back to being able to do the mission straight away, but it reset me back to before I even got permission to do it. So if we exit out and then go back in, we should get teleported back to the bureau.
The short blade is best for quickly fending off multiple enemies.
Altair? How fares your search for Garnier?
I know when and how to strike.
Share your knowledge with me then.
He lives and works within the Order's hospital, northwest of here. Rumors speak of atrocities committed within its walls. It seems the good doctor enjoys experimenting on innocent citizens. Most of them kidnapped and brought here from Jerusalem.
Clever. By stealing his subjects from another city, he avoids arousing too much suspicion here. But back to the matter at hand. What is your plan?
Gagne keeps mainly to his quarters inside the hospital, though he leaves occasionally to inspect his patients. It's when he makes his rounds that I will strike.
It's clear you've given this some thought. I give you leave to go. Remove this stain from Akka, Altair. Perhaps it will help cleanse your own. Rest here until you're ready to begin your mission.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
So what I'm trying to do, Divin God, is in this game, if you want to do an air assassination, you can't do it from the same height in the later games. So what I'm trying to do is get close enough to the main target, and Altair needs to be hanging off the side like this. And then what happens is when the target is near, if you're close enough and hanging off a ledge like this and you lock onto the target, then Altair will do an air assassination on them. So I'm trying to do that with the main target, but it's very tricky because there's not a lot of areas to hang off an edge like this. If you hang off an edge like this beam, then you won't be able to do an air assassination from that. That's fair enough, Divin God. I hope that you enjoy. Hey, Keone. How's things going? Welcome to you. How do I feel about Mirage? I'm curious about it. I liked the cinematic trailer. I like the fact that we're playing as Basim from the time he was a street thief to when he joins the Hidden Ones and all that kind of stuff. I really do like that idea. I like the idea of going back to a smaller scale game that doesn't have dialogue choices and multiple endings. I like the fact that they were heavily inspired, apparently, by Assassin's Creed 1. But the problem is, in interviews they've been talking about things like how the parkour system is going to be more advanced like it used to be before Origins. But there's no gameplay footage yet. So I'm just a bit unsure of whether or not it'll actually deliver on what they're saying in that respect. But I really do hope that if everything is done well, I hope that the game does succeed, because if it doesn't succeed, then Ubisoft will not look at, well, what did we do wrong with the game? They'll probably think, oh, it wasn't popular because it didn't make as much money as the open world RPG games did, so how about we don't do any more that aren't that? So I'm hoping that it's a success for that reason as well. But when the game comes out, I'm not actually going to buy it straight away, and I'm not actually going to avoid spoilers either. I'm going to seek out spoiler reviews and watch people play the game to find out what happens in the story. And if from a story standpoint I feel it's solid, then I'll buy it, because I'm willing to sacrifice going in fresh, not knowing the game or what's going to happen in the story, to make sure that it's actually worth buying and playing. And that's how I'm going to treat all the games from now on. I actually started doing it this way with the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC. I had a look at it, watched spoiler reviews, watched the ending of it, and I was like, nah, I don't need to buy this. It's too much, it's overboard. But if everything looks good and the story looks great and is great, then I'll definitely be buying it and playing it myself. That's okay, Divin God. Well, I hope you enjoyed playing Assassin's Creed 1. Keone, you hate the RPG Assassin's Creed. I don't blame you, Keone, you know. Horn Pub, make save now. Unfortunately, in this game you can't.
No, help! Help me! Help me! Please! You must help me!
Enough, my child. I asked you to retrieve the patient, not to kill him. There. Everything will be all right.
No!
Give me
No!
your hand.
Don't touch me! Not again!
Cast out this fear, else I cannot help you.
Help me? Like you helped the others? You took their souls! I saw! But not mine! No! You'll not have mine! Ah!
Take hold of yourself! Do you think this gives me pleasure? Do you think I want to hurt you? But you leave me no choice.
every kind word, matched by the back of his hand. All lies and deception. He won't be content until all bow before him.
You should not have done that. Return him to his quarters. I'll be along once I've tended to the
You
others.
can't keep me here. I'll escape again.
No, you won't. Break his legs, both of them. I am so sorry, child. Have you people nothing better to do?
Alright, so this time, if I don't actually manage to do the air assassination on him, I'll just kill him to keep moving through the story.
I trust today is better. What do you want?
You want to hurt me? I haven't all you've done since you brought me.
Child, the very fact that we're having this conversation shows that we've made progress. Or do you forget the way you once were?
Can't even remember before the day. All a blur.
It'll come back in time, and you'll see.
No, this is too finicky to try and do an air assassination. Plus the positioning of the parts where you can hang off. So Altair's feet are placed on the ground, a few and far between.
Let go your burden.
I'll rest now, yes. The endless dream calls to me. But before I close my eyes, I must know what will become of my children.
You mean the people made to suffer your cruel experiments? They'll be free now to return to their homes.
Homes? What homes? The sewers? The brothels? The prisons that we dragged them from?
You took these people against their will.
Yes. What little will there was for them to have. Are you really so naive? Do you appease a crying child simply because he wails? But I want to play with fire, Father. What would you say? As you wish. But then you'd answer for his burn.
These are not children, but men and women full grown.
In body, perhaps, but not in mind. Which is the very damage I sought to repair. I admit, without the piece of Eden, which you stole from us, my progress was slowed. But there are herbs, mixtures, and extracts. My guards are proof of this. They were madmen before I found and freed them from the prisons of their own minds. And with my death, madmen they will be again.
You truly believe you were helping them?
It's not what I believe. It's what I know.
Keep up with it! Don't let him get away!
You can't get away from me! Get in!
I enjoyed killing that bastard. He's way too sadistic, even for me, Bane, the crime lord of Gotham.
Hey, Linus. How's it going, dude? Welcome on in. Yeah, Gamer Guy, that was so funny. Hid, waited, no one was around, jumped out, and then went forward, and then boom. Assassin! Thanks, Horn Pup. Cheers. Using my good old Pringles can to get that effect. That's excellent, Lidus. I'm glad to hear that you are, dude. And I'm going good. It's still hot here in Australia at the moment, but I'm managing to stay cool, so that's always good.
What news, Altair?
Gagne is dead.
Then you should return to Masyaf with news of your victory.
There is something else.
Speak it then, or would you have me read your mind?
What do you think he wanted from these people? That he would keep them and experiment on them as he did?
Yours is not to ask, but act, Altair. It doesn't matter what he did or why. Only that he's dead.
But Gagne seemed to believe he was helping these people.
Is that what you saw?
No. What I saw was not a place of healing, but of pain.
Then why are we having this conversation?
I don't know. Forget I spoke of it.
I already have.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Damn it! What's the problem now?
I'm getting weird temperature readings. I think the Animus is overheating.
Christ, it's always something! How long?
Too soon to tell.
These delays are unacceptable, Miss Stillman. I want progress reports every hour.
It's gonna be a while, Desmond. Why don't you go lie down or something? Get some rest.
You know, I've only just noticed the patterning on that side of the Animus is very reminiscent of in Assassin's Creed Revelations when you do the Desmond journeys, the kind of like black blocks that you come across in that, especially when you get to the Desmond journey where he's actually back at Abstergo. Only just noticed that now. Hornpub just adjusts the AC, man. What the fuck? Yeah, if only I had air conditioning. Gotta make do with fans. I've actually got two running. I've got a standing one, and I've also got a desk one. Trying to create some kind of airflow.
Why is he always yelling at you? It's his machine.
His theories. He's not the one who built it.
Who did? You?
No. Abstergo has a team of engineers. Not much they don't have. But I did oversee the assembly. Guess that's why he gets so angry with me.
He's a dick.
He's under a lot of pressure. We all are.
Can't believe you're defending the guy.
Warren saved my life, so if he wants to yell a little, let him.
What do you mean he saved your life?
You're not the only one who doesn't get to go home at night.
Wait, are you saying you're a prisoner?
When they first approached me, I was finishing up my PhD. The university had made it clear I had no future there. They didn't like the subject of my doctorate, called it pseudoscience. Said keeping me on would discredit and embarrass them. It was the same everywhere. Other universities, companies I interviewed with. Pretty soon I was out of money and out of time. I was this close to waiting tables. Then I got a letter.
From Vidic?
He said he'd been following my career since undergrad, that he believed in my work and wanted to meet to discuss my future. You have no idea how good it felt to hear that. So I met with him. What did I have to lose?
And he offered you a job.
Yes, here at Abstergo, helping out on the Animus project. I'd have a chance to test my theories and prove the professor's wrong. How could I turn that down?
Think I'm missing the part where you became a prisoner.
Sometimes I wonder if they weren't behind it all. If they manipulated events so that I'd get desperate. They can do that. They can do anything. I didn't think when I agreed to come here. They even told me I'd be trapped. For 6 months, a year max. Once the product launched, there'd be no need for secrecy anymore. But until then, I'd be a guest of the company. At least, that's what they said.
And when the Animus was ready?
They came in while I was sleeping. 3 guys. Guns. They dragged me out of bed. God. The worst part is I knew them. One guy, Richard, we ate lunch together sometimes. And now he was gonna... They were cracking jokes. I tried to pull away. He hit me. And that's when he told me I was going to die.
Christ, what did you do?
Nothing. I kept telling myself it wasn't real. And then Warren was there, shouting at them to get away from me. And they listened.
Jesus.
He's not a happy man, Desmond. I wouldn't even say he's a good man, but he saved my life. They never came for me again, and he promised they never would.
You're still stuck here working for these nut jobs.
But I'm alive. Anyway, I really do need to get the Animus repaired. I'll see you tomorrow, Desmond.
But Lucy, you're not telling Desmond the full story here, are you? Back when this game came out, the plot point of Lucy being a Templar wasn't actually thought of. But when you actually play this game again after knowing that, it still actually fits quite well. And that whole event that she was describing, where the Abstergo agents came in, and then Warren Vidic came in after and stopped them from doing what they were going to be doing. Vidic knew what they were going to be doing ahead of time, because it was all staged. And why was it staged? Because the Templars wanted to be able to put Lucy into a position where she would be more brainwashable, to turn her over to the Templar side. Because the thing is, the Templars know, and they knew full well, that she was actually an assassin. The assassins tried as much as they could to erase all traces of Lucy's assassin training and past that they could, but obviously Abstergo, being more powerful and all that... Whoa, you right there, Desmond? I'm just making Desmond stand still, and he acted like he was walking across and then accidentally tripped. It's like, Desmond, calm down. But they tried to do that, but Abstergo saw through it and found out that she was an assassin. But the thing is, the skills that Lucy has tech-wise are actually true, you know, so that would have been one of the reasons why William Miles chose to send Lucy to actually infiltrate the Templars, because she was tech-savvy enough to be believable. So when the Templars discovered that she has those skills, obviously they accepted her, and then when they found out that she was an assassin, that's when they had the plan to send those goons in and do what they did, and then have Warren Vidic come along and basically save her, you know. So all this kind of stuff gets added into the series afterwards, but if you replay this game after knowing that, it actually still makes sense. And she's telling Desmond some of the truth of what's going on, but she is omitting a lot of stuff, and she's also lying about certain things as well. But this is the way it was supposed to go down. So Lucy gets sent to infiltrate Abstergo to find out what the hell's going on at the Italian facility with the Animus, and what project, you know, the Animus project was. So another assassin recruit, Clay Kazmarek, he then gets sent, and Lucy is supposed to support him. He then gets sent to infiltrate a get in and get out mission, right? So what he does is he goes in and he finds out that it's a machine that allows you to experience, you know, your past ancestors. Then, once he's escaped and he goes and tells them that info, William Miles then is like, right, we need you to go back in, but this time we need you to actually use the Animus and find out what they're doing. So he goes back in, the Templars discover he's an assassin, of course, and they capture him, and then they force him to use the Animus to look for the Piece of Eden, and that all plays out. But Lucy was supposed to actually get him out once he had been infiltrated there and using the Animus for a bit. She was supposed to actually get him out, but by this point she was already turned to the Templar side, and she basically leaves Clay to actually die. Because the Templars, if Clay didn't kill himself, they would have killed him anyway, because they were going to just use him to get the job done and then kill him. But before Clay actually died, he made sure to leave messages around the Animus part, because he would escape the confines of the room, and he'd go out and he'd, hack into the Animus and all that type of stuff. The Animus has a core, right? So he hacked into the core and he layered in all these different clues about stuff, which in Assassin's Creed 2 you're sifting through. So anyway, he does all that, and Lucy was supposed to let him leave, but she basically tells him, you're not leaving. I'm sorry about this, but I'm not going to, help you escape, kind of thing, sealing his fate. He does all that stuff, then he kills himself, and then Abstergo finds Desmond, and because Desmond is actually related to Clay, he's able to actually also experience memories of Ezio, because by this point, the Animus only allows people who have DNA in the bloodline of that person to experience their memories. But they do develop the ability for some random to just experience the memories of someone they're not even related to, and all that kind of stuff. So that's basically why Lucy is revealed to be a Templar, is because she was actually doing all this stuff all along. Yeah, exactly, Horn Pub. Adjust the, put some fans around. Gamer Guy, that's crazy, but you can believe that. Yeah, exactly, that's the thing. And it makes it believable, and, because that's what the Templars do when they want to convert someone. They basically try and figure out a way to mess with their head and make a dependency on them happen, And Warren Vidic also tells the things like, if the assassins really valued you, why haven't they sent someone to rescue you yet? Why are you still with us, and why are you still, doing the things that they wanted you to do? So he also used that as a not a bargaining thing, as a psychological sort of like trick, I guess. I guess it's like if someone got captured and the person who captured them would do all these manipulation things, and then in the end, the person who's captured actually, just joins the side of that person, It's a similar kind of thing. Coercive, psychological coercive stuff,
Aren't you tired?
That's right, Horn Pub. Yeah, they made Desmond and Altair and Ezio look the same in AC1 and AC2. But when it came to Assassin's Creed Revelations, though, Altair doesn't look like Desmond, and Ezio is a lot older now, but they also changed his character model's face as well.
What the hell? Someone's been in here. Looks like some kind of access code.
Yep. So Lucy plants that in there, but it's all part of her plan, because her mission that Warren Vidic has given her is that if something goes wrong, she is to basically get Desmond to the other assassins, and then once they find out where the Piece of Eden is, kill Desmond and Rebecca and Sean, and then take the apple and bring it back to them. But Lucy's doing all this stuff because it's supposed to be part of their plan. But that's who puts that there. Horn Pub, yeah, you thought there was a connection? Yeah, it was kind of an interesting idea, but it makes sense, and especially too when they started to move away from having an ancestor that the present day protagonist is related to. It didn't really, make sense to keep them looking like them, Like, could you imagine if Edward Kenway had the face of Desmond and Connor had the face of Desmond? Just after a while it would get a bit, on the nose. Hey there, Desmond. Greeting to you. How's things going? So you can roam around, you can go on the computer here, you can actually go on Vidic's computer, but we can't access it yet. We can sit down and access the actual computer, but we can't access the actual data files. So you can go in here. There is a lot of lore stuff that are in these, but I'm not going to read them for this playthrough. But it gives you some information on what's happening in that time and like the Abstergo contract and stuff. Oh boy, that'd be way too much of a connection. It really would be as well if they'd done that. So I'm glad they decided to ultimately change the face models of the ancestors. That's right, Gamer Guy. Des has arrived. We didn't know it at the time when this game came out, but this facility is actually in Italy. But that was the beauty of setting this first game's present day inside a building like this and not being able to really tell by looking outside where it could be, because it gave them freedom in a sequel to decide wherever they wanted it to be. And they ultimately, of course, chose to make it Italy. Yeah, Gamer Guy, Lucy Stillman. Like she does have regrets and about what she did, but it's too little, too late. You know, she had plenty of opportunities with Clay to actually do what was needed to be done. Desmond, going well? How about yourself? Just a little lurking at 3:30 in the morning. Ah, during the witching hour. Well, I hope you're going well with your sleep as well. But yeah, I'm going great. Been collecting more flags in this game, but we had to do some story stuff because the wide kingdom area where I was working on flags, there's a flag I can't get yet because Altair hasn't gotten his skill back of catching ledges when he falls, and you need it to actually get this particular flag. So I decided to jump back into the story, but I collected the flags that were in the poor district of the city of Accra, so I got them done, and now finished off the assassination mission, and then it jumped back to present day. So we're just about to go back into the past now. But it's going really, really good, thanks Desmond.
Rise and shine. We've got quite a day ahead of us.
You're in a good mood this morning.
Miss Stillman has made some modifications to the Animus. You should be able to remain inside even longer now.
And help you with your treasure hunt.
This is serious business, Mr. Miles. I don't think you fully appreciate the work that Abstergo does.
Maybe because I don't actually know what you people do.
We change the world. Every day, in 100 different ways. Did you know that nearly every single breakthrough of the past millennia, be it medical, mechanical, or philosophical, has come from Abstergo or its predecessors?
That's a bold claim, Doc. Think you might be exaggerating a bit?
Not in the slightest. Oh, we certainly don't take the credit. That would arouse far too much suspicion. We choose our beneficiaries with great care.
Why?
Isn't it obvious? It means we're in control.
But how? What makes you guys so special, so smart? That you happen to invent all these things while us mere mortals stumble around like idiots?
To be fair, we don't invent them. We find them.
Find them?
They're gifts, Mr. Miles. From those who came before. We'll have to continue this discussion later. Time's wasting.
There we go. So when Vidic says, to be fair, we don't invent them, we find them. They're gifts, Mr. Miles, from those who came before. In this first game, we never see any of the what would eventually be known in the series as Isu, but that's who Warren Vidic is actually referring to. So the Isu actually lived over 70,000 years before the events in this present day game, in present day. And they had really highly advanced technology. But there was a big catastrophe They tried so many different methods to try and save the Earth from being affected by the solar flare, but they weren't able to. So what happened was the number of Isu versus humans was reduced to really low levels, and then there was less Isu than there were humans by the end of it. So anyway, all the temples around the world, in all the locations where the Isu lived, floods, volcanic eruptions, the plates of the earth moving, all these sorts of like upheavals that would have happened, not only just at that time when the solar flare hit, but over time, meant that those temples containing their artifacts and all that were either like completely destroyed, and the artifacts too, or they were buried under ice or under, all this other stuff all around the world. And as humans went on, after the Isu were gone, when they continued on, their technology obviously was very primitive. And so that's why when we get to present day, it may seem like the Isu were actually time travelers from the future who went back to the past, but that's not the case. So the Templars actually find a lot of artifacts, and the artifacts aren't just the pieces of Eden like the apples. You can get like weapons throughout the series. There's different weapons like the Sword of Eden. There's also devices like the Shroud of Eden, which actually heals you if you're wearing it. Things like that. But there's also objects that were sort of like shield devices and things like that as well. So when they used that kind of stuff, they were using technology, which is sci-fi stuff, right? They weren't using magic, which is fantasy stuff. The later games in the series have a veil where we see the Isu not as they were, but as the character in their own time period perceives them to be. So for example, Eivor perceives them to be the way that you would expect a Norse to expect the gods and goddesses of Norse mythology to look like, wearing the same kind of like clothes that maybe the Vikings would have worn. But actually, they didn't wear that kind of stuff, and things didn't look that way, and they didn't look that way. So when you take that veil away, what Eivor perceives to be magic being used is actually technology being used. But yeah, so the Templars find all this kind of stuff as well, and that's what he's referring to. It wouldn't be until the next game, Assassin's Creed 2, that we actually saw one of the Isu for the first time, which is Minerva, right at the end.
Morning, Desmond.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, Desmond. Yeah, the goal was achieved. It didn't take long. So when I get to Assassin's Creed 2 in this annual run through, it won't be the next game after this. I'm actually doing Bloodlines.
I need you to lie down, Desmond.
Which is the PlayStation Portable Altair game. So I'll be playing that, and then I'll be doing AC2, and so I'll be collecting all the feathers. So here we have Desmond going to do a bit of pickpocketing against Warren Vidic. So there's a few things here, and I'm going to pause it again because otherwise the dialogue from the characters will just keep repeating. If you look at the laptop, you can actually see an email chain where Warren Vidic has lost his access pen, and he left it in the garage, like the undercover car park. I think that's where he left it. But anyway, it just establishes that he's very careless with his access code pen that he has. That's why he doesn't even notice that Desmond is doing it. But Desmond also still received some training when he was living with his parents before he ran away. So the story with Desmond was that he grew up on what they call the farm, which is basically where the assassins were living. And his parents were training him as he grew up. But he didn't really believe in the whole Templar thing. He kind of thought it was some kind of weird, like cultish kind of like, fantasy kind of stuff. And he got sick of it all, so he actually ran away when he was a teenager. However, before that, he got various kinds of training, and fitness training and all that type of stuff. One of the things he actually got training in was sneaking up on people. In Assassin's Creed Black Flag, you can actually get a audio journal where he actually talks about how his father set up a training thing for him, where his father would be in a room upstairs and reading a book, and Desmond had to sneak up behind him without him actually hearing him. Now Desmond fails it, which you might say, well, that means that he won't be good at Thingo, but obviously there probably would have been more times that he did this test, but he failed because he made a bit of a noise. But his father didn't fail him on it. Like, he didn't turn around and say, Desmond, you made a noise, start again. He acted as if he didn't hear Desmond, and Desmond, you know, when he got close enough, you know, and then basically probably tapped him on the shoulder, like, his father turned around and was very happy and smiled and hugged him, you know. And Desmond remarks how maybe his father thought in that moment it was better to be a father than to be an assassin. So anyway, Desmond did get some kind of training before he ran away as a teenager, but he didn't get enough training to be able to wield a hidden blade or be able to do the kinds of skills that he would have learned if he actually stayed with them. But the skills that he actually learns by using the Animus in Assassin's Creed 2 to learn from Ezio. The bleeding effect with the Animus is a side effect. If you stay in it too long, you can actually start to see visions of the memories you've experienced in real time without having to actually be in an Animus. But part of that too is you actually learn the skills of the person that you're spending time in the memories of. So that's what happens in Assassin's Creed 2. They're training Desmond to be at the same level that Ezio became over years of training in just a matter of weeks. So now we can actually access his computer next time and look on his laptop. Exactly, Desmond. Desmond learned to pull up his hood and run.
Lie down already!
Exactly. But yeah, it would have been interesting if he actually stayed with the assassins. What would have happened then? Instead of running away when he was... I think it was about 16 or 17 when he ran away as well. Which begs the question, when do they actually think of starting to train him? But, you know... It's kind of like... Maybe they were just, you know, thinking he wasn't ready yet. I don't know. I don't know that part. I can't explain that part of things. But maybe you have to be 18 years old to learn that kind of stuff with the assassins. Just kidding. I don't know. Yeah, Desmond, that's it. It's like, you're not ready to be trained, but I've learned so much. As Luke says to Yoda.
You can use stealth kills to create a distraction by throwing
Well,
a knife.
he says that to Ben Kenobi, who's telepathically talking to him.
Come in, Altair. You've done well. 3 of the 9 lay dead, and for this you have my thanks. But do not think to rest upon your laurels. Your work has just begun.
I am yours to command, Master.
King Richard, emboldened by his victory at Acre, prepares to move south towards Jerusalem. Salah-ad-Din is surely aware of this, and so he gathers his men before the broken citadel of Arsuf.
Would you have me kill them both then? End their war before it begins in earnest?
No. To do so would scatter their forces and subject the realm to the bloodlust of 10,000 aimless warriors. It will be many days before they meet, and while they march, they do not fight. You must concern yourself with a more immediate threat. The men who pretend to govern in their absence.
Give me names and I'll give you blood.
So I will. Abun Nukud, the wealthiest man in Damas. Majduddin, regent of Jerusalem. William of Montferrat, liege lord of Acre.
What are their crimes?
Greed, arrogance, the slaughter of innocents. Walk amongst the people of their cities. You'll learn the secrets of their sins. Do not doubt that these men are obstacles to the peace we seek.
Then they will die.
Another of your items is restored. Take it. See that it is put to good use. Return to me as each man falls, that we might better understand their intentions.
I love the female vocals in that music. Always gives
And
me
Altair,
chills.
take care. Your recent work has likely attracted the attention of the city guard. They'll be more suspicious than they've been in the past.
Alrighty then. We get back the ability to catch ledges and grab brakes. Alright, now I can resume collecting the flags in the kingdom. Because the flag that I got up to, you need the catch ledge to actually reach it. So because we've been to each city now... Hang on. this dude. Did I keep the quote saved? Yeah, I did. Alright, so we're going to hear this quote from this assassin. This is the third time in the playthrough so far.
Altair, it seems my students do not fully understand what it is to wield the blade. Perhaps you could show them what you know.
Why this assassin is still in head of training is beyond me. Alright, so now when they grab us, we can do this.
Perfect.
Which was annoying not having it. So it's good to have it back now.
The work of a master. That, my students, is how we all should fight. You must be busy. I understand.
Yes, very busy.
Where is he going? Is he running from someone? He'll hurt someone. Why is he running around?
This is always the path that I tend to take when leaving Masyaf. Have done since 2008, which was the first time I played this game. So it was in between releases of Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 that I actually played my first AC game, which was this one. The second one didn't come out till 2009. Okay, so in the PC version, once you've already been to each city at least once, you can actually fast travel there when you reach the archway out of the courtyard where we were fighting. But in the Xbox 360 version, it doesn't let you actually fast travel to the cities you've already been to at least once until you get way, way, way out of Masyaf. Way, way, way beyond the castle. Just want to show by just running there how far away it actually is. So we still can't fast travel yet. Still can't yet. Desmond, how many times have you played through them? That is a number that I cannot even remember, to be honest. Because the thing is, like for example, when Assassin's Creed 2 came out in 2009, in the lead up to it, I replayed this again. And then when Assassin's Creed Brotherhood came out, I replayed 1 and 2 again. But I don't remember the in-between playthroughs, as in when I would have played it, you know, maybe 2 or 3 times in 1 year. I can't remember that kind of stuff. But yeah, I always had it a tradition that when each new game come out, I would actually replay all the other ones leading up to it again. Okay, so now on the Xbox 360 version, it lets us choose fast travel options. Whereas in the PC version, it's basically as soon as you leave the courtyard where the assassins are training, it'll pop up asking you this. So we're going to go to the kingdom, because I'm not ready to do the next main mission.
Use throwing knives to deal with distant enemies.
Okay, now I've got to switch to the video that I was looking at that has the kingdom flags and backtrack a little bit so I can see on the map where it was exactly. Alright, so it's all the way over this way. Around about there. Alright, so... Hang on, no, Rod. I just remembered, now that I can fast travel to all these locations, what I can do is this. So, probably be quicker if we go to Accra again. So if I go back this way...
Use free running to escape from a fight when exploding.
and then turn back around, go through this way. So let's go to Accra, but then leave Accra because we'll be closer on the map where I need to be.
Ladders are a socially acceptable way to reach a rooftop. Climbing on buildings, however, is not.
There we go, so that will put us in the kingdom, but at the entrance to
Jar
Accra.
can easily break your cover if you cause them to drop what they're carrying.
Desmond, do you still have the tradition? Like, did you replay them all before Valhalla, or just the playthroughs you were already doing for stream? Yeah, so I hardly ever play games and not stream them anymore. So yeah, whenever I do my annual playthroughs, you're seeing me do them. Exception is Rogue, because I played that game all the way through and hated it, so I never replay it again. But before I played Rogue, I replayed all the games in the series leading up to it. In the past, I tried to just go, right, I'm just going to play this game from start to finish without streaming it. And before I started, I was like, but I could be streaming this while playing it. I may as well stream it while I'm playing it. If I'm going to be playing it, I may as well stream it while I'm playing it. You know, that kind of thinking. There have been exceptions though, like when I had to go without internet for a little bit. I had to not be able to stream, so I did a replay of Black Flag from start to finish. Horse mechanics. It's so funny how the horse mechanics in this game from 2007 is better than a game from 2012 in the same series, Assassin's Creed 3. They really fucked up the horse mechanics in that game. Number one, they introduced a stamina system, but the stamina only allows you to make the horse go fast twice in a row before there's a cooldown period. And there's some chase sequences where it doesn't let you actually go full speed, which to me is a bullshit programming. Plus the horse will step on a pebble and stop as well, which doesn't really help when you're trying to be fast. Okay, so we're back in the area where I was collecting the flags in the kingdom before. And the one that we need to get is that one there that you see in the distance. But we can't make it unless we actually do a run and jump from up the top of this and then that one there. Because we got catch ledge now, if we get hit, at least I can have Altair grab and not fall all the way down. Unless it's on a part like this, where, okay. Welcome, man. You're here for the gathering of flags. Yeah, I don't know how many in total out of the 420 I've actually collected. But I've collected all the assassin flags at Masyaf. There was only 20 of those, so it didn't take too long. All the Hospitalia flags, there was about 33 of those. And I've got 33 out of 100 of the Saracen flags from Damascus. 45 of the flags in the Kingdom area out of 100. And 33 out of 100 Jerusalem crosses. But what I'm doing is, as we go to each city and we unlock a new district, that's when I'm focusing on getting the flags in that district. That way I'll know that I'm keeping track properly of the flags. Desmond, yeah, you're watching a video saying how the later games have less freedom in the free run. Yeah, like there's some things that are better with the new ones, like being able to climb rock surfaces. It wasn't until Assassin's Creed 3 that they even gave you some form of being able to climb up rocky surfaces, but it was more very specific points that you could do it with. And then when Origins came along, they made it that you could climb up, you know, mountains and all that type of stuff. However, having said that though, there's definitely a lot of things that they took out, which make it really basic. And there's nothing wrong with having basic as an option, but when you also have players who also like to learn more advanced stuff, it's also good to have that option in a game as well. So not every player that plays your game might actually take advantage of learning the more advanced stuff. But why punish the ones who do want to learn that advanced optional stuff by taking it out of the game? I don't understand that logic, you know. Because the thing about parkour is you need to have the fluidity of actually doing it. And the idea was to try and simulate real life parkour as well. And if you look at characters like Eivor, obviously because they're wearing a shit ton of gear, you would think, well, of course they're not going to run fast. However, even if you were to make the character just wear their underwear, they would still run and jump at the same speed they do if you have them fully armored up, you know, so there's no difference in gameplay whether you have the character in their full armor or in their underwear.
You're a dead man. You can't escape!
There's awesome female vocals in the music again. Alright, guide, where are we going next? Alright, so it looks like we're going over this way. yes, this is near the nearest viewpoint, around the base of it.
Il n'a pas pu quitter la ville, alors restez au taquet. Seigneur, me donnez la force. Tu y tiens, je vais t'acheter. Tu n'es pas à la hauteur.
LTM might not be able to jump off that for a shortcut, but we can definitely throw the enemies off.
Fiche le camp.
Oh shit, I left the video guide running while I was doing all that. I better backtrack, because they've collected like 2 flags since the last one I collected. Desmond, yeah, Odyssey and Valhalla have you climbing like a mountain goat. That is true as well. And I don't know. Like I still like the fact that you can even climb stuff like that, but it just feels weird. Like you would think that something that is how the games were from the beginning would still be stuck with. But the problem with Ubisoft is whenever something doesn't get well received, instead of examining what wasn't well received and then thinking, how can we make it so that the people who did like it can still do it, but the people who didn't like it, let's make it a bit better for them. Their thinking is, completely ignore the side of the people who are playing who want to learn that kind of stuff in the game. And we won't worry about allowing them anymore, so that the other group can, be happy. Because there is a way to like be in the middle, and I think the way to be in the middle would have been to do things like, right, at the start of the game when your character is learning the ropes of moving and all that type of stuff, ask the player, do you want the basic parkour or the advanced parkour? If you choose basic, the game never points out to you the more advanced stuff. It's a little bit more guided in the beginning when you're learning, but once you get to a point where you're able to play the game and control the character to a degree that you're comfortable with, the game never, bothers you again. It doesn't ask if you want to change to the more advanced stuff. But if you did choose the advanced parkour, then not only would the game actually go over the basics, but it would also go over the more advanced stuff, allowing those players to learn the more advanced techniques. So if you're a player that liked the basics and you want to learn the advanced, then the next time you play, or even in the middle of playing, you can change the option to be advanced parkour, which then the game would point out to you, okay, these are the advanced stuff. But if you didn't like the advanced stuff at all, you could play forever the game just with the basic parkour. That would have been a better way to do it. I mean, look at how many options they give the player in games these days. Surely they can implement that kind of option. Hippie, do you have any plans on streaming some of your favorite N64 games at some point? Well, last year I actually played for the first time in a long time Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask, and it was so damn good to play those games. It had been over 15 years since I'd played them last, so it was really, really cool to be able to finally replay those as well. But yeah, definitely wouldn't be against playing some more games that were Nintendo 64 as well. Yeah, I love doing that Horn Pub. There's actually a part later in this game when you're on your way to Arsuf where you have all these enemies that you have to deal with, and I just yeet them off the cliff. This makes it a bit quicker. Of course, you don't have that luxury the whole way through that last part, but it is satisfying to just be like, grab, throw, yeah, grab, throw, yeah, rinse and repeat 10 times, and watch them fly down, and laugh at them. Okay, so where's the flag? Is it one of the ones that's on that? Nope. There it is. Just confirm that that's the one that the person in the guide grabs next.
سوف أنبهك إذا رأيته يمر بالجوار. لن يبعد كثيرا.
Pekala, nereye kayboldun?
ماذا؟ من الذي فعل هذا؟ أخبرني! ماذا؟ من الذي فعل هذا؟ أخبرني!
I didn't have to do it that way, but I was like, fuck it. We'll get that with stealth. Altair's trying to reach us. They were none the wiser. They're like, who's killing our people? Who could it be? Let's just stick to the same small scope of investigation. We won't expand any further. We won't line up side by side and actually comb the area. We won't station someone up high so they can have a bit of a height advantage to see what's going on at a lower level than them. It's so funny, I think about stealth games where the enemies will look in so many spots, but they'll never look in the darkest corners of the room to actually see if there's an enemy there, and they'll walk straight past you. That's what I like about Splinter Cell, when the enemies started having like a flashlight or another kind of light source that they could use, because then if you're hiding in the dark, you had to be a bit more careful.
Kill him! You're mine! Die, infidel!
That enemy fell to their death. That's so funny. That's why that body is there. Fell to his death. I can't do Nelson's laugh. I think I tried to do it too high pitched. That's my problem. There we go. We have 50 of 100 flags, but that's just the ones in the kingdom. There's more than 100 in the game. There's 420. Alright, guide, where's the next one that they get? Next one they get is over this way. Hippie, imagine if Assassin's Creed had a bunch of fourth wall breaking scenarios. Yeah. Yeah, that's something that could very much be done. Hippie, Ezio calling out to Desmond, Desmond calling out to Phantom Gamer, Phantom Gamer calling out to Rod, Rod calling out to Arnie. You glad there weren't more than 100 feathers in AC2? Almost got a bit of a multiverse going there. Yeah, I think that was a good number of flags to actually feathers. Sorry, to actually have flags. I do that sometimes. I call the flags in AC1 the feathers instead, and then I call the feathers in Assassin's Creed 2 the flags instead. It's a shame there's no New Game Plus for Assassin's Creed 2, because you could have a challenge playthrough where you have to play through the game wearing the Auditore cape that makes everyone in every city in the game completely aware of you. It doesn't take long for you to get detected. It'd be cool if you could do a New Game Plus and then do a challenge playthrough, like a stealth one, while wearing that cape. Kill him! But then again, you can make that happen anyway by doing a stealth challenge on its own, so...
Found him! You cannot live forever!
Let's see if this flag is actually the flag that they collect in the guide, because I have been tricked before. And the guide has gotten a flag that is completely in a different area, and then they go back to the one that I thought was the one that they're going to get next. Hang on. Did I collect that flag already? Fucking hell. Because there's a flag that's supposed to be up here. I must have grabbed it. Alright, so how many do we have? I had 50 before. We have 50 now. So it can't be that one then. Or was that the 50th one? No, that wasn't... Damn it. Unless this is a different one again. They've gone to. Ah, I think I know what might have happened. There must be another tower from this other direction. Yeah, that's why I got confused. So they came at this tower from the opposite direction. Hippie, yesterday you got a streamer to play Brotherhood and Revelations instead of AC3 after 2 and he seemed to enjoy it. Oh, that's good, Hippie. Especially because newcomers might naturally assume that you go from 2 to 3. So that's cool that they were willing to actually do that as well.
You are not allowed to be here. Leave. Faster! Faster!
That dude thought that the other guard was talking about him not being able to be there and to leave.
Come back here! You can't escape!
Escape is not his plan. I must face it alone. Once I get 60 King Richard flags, I'm actually going to take a break from getting these flags, and then we're going to go to one of the other cities, and we're going to collect the flags in the district that I can access now. I'm pretty confident that the next flag that this guide's going to collect is this one up this way.
Stop him, Jack!
Alright, now they're looking in this spot in the guide. Hippie, it's funny that the guards in this game can kick you down the ladder. You don't think that's a feature in AC2? How did they never see you behind that small rock? Yeah, their eyesight mustn't be very good if they can't see Altair hiding behind a small rock like that. Yeah, I don't remember if they can actually. That's a good question. There's so much stuff in these games that I don't pay attention to, so when they're brought up, I'm like, shit, can you? Or can't you? I have to keep an eye out for that in AC2.
Kill him! I will catch you! You won't get away from me! Look everywhere! I see him! He's over there! Don't let him escape!
못 하나 봐! 심해 보이네. Yes!
كبر! أسكت طريق الضلال! كبر تهرب! سوف أسرع! Kill him! Let's go back here!
Okay, so I saw that flag, but it's not the one that the guide grabs next.
Kill him! I'll take you down!
I'm not worried about getting all 60 of those Templar Knights actually killed. Just felt like doing that. Alright, so where I've marked on the map must not be exactly where the video guide is.
Don't let him get away! This will not end well.
Probably this area. It's supposed to be a well. There we go. Alright, 5 more to collect before we move on to the next city.
not get away from me! He's firing himself! Get him!
What the hell is the horse doing up on the top of this tower? What?
Yeah. You cannot escape!
The horse is just chilling up there. That's the horse's synchronization point. Never had that happen before, a random horse just being on top of the thing like this. No, that's quite impressive for a horse to climb up a ladder to get here. Or that's a long jump for it to make from there, or a high jump for it to make there. Let's see if we can do a jump off here with the horse. Probably not. I don't think so. We can't even make it. I guess we can. But yeah, the horse isn't gonna. The horse isn't mad. It's not gonna jump off.
Whoa.
Yeah, but still, never seen that happen before. All right, as you were. Altia's like, would you like to get down? Nay. Okay, fair enough then. See ya.
Why would Get him, filthy heretic! Get him!
Die, infidel! Here! Infidel!
This is an ill omen.
Leave now! You are not supposed to be here, leave!
Gel buraya. Gel buraya.
Okay, so that is now 60 out of 100 flags in the kingdom. When I started the stream, I had 30. There we go. So that's enough of that for now. Hey Feeble, welcome to you. You missed this game? I always like to replay it. The first time I played it was 2008. It was actually one of the first Xbox 360 games that I actually got, and been a fan ever since. And when AC2 was coming out, I replayed through 1 again, and then that became a tradition, and I've still carried that forward as a streamer as well. All these flags, wish I could see the flags of her leaving me. That's a good one, hippie. Whoa. Thank you for the follow, Ati Kitty.
Yeah!
Okay, now to decide which city I want to do next. Actually, what I might do is set up a vote. So people can actually vote for which one they want me to do out of these 3 cities. Just need to set it up. So this will be to decide which city I go to out of the 3. I'll get the flags in the district that is open to us in whichever city wins the poll, and then of course I'll do the story stuff in it. But for this playthrough collecting all the flags, I want to get the flags done first whenever I enter a city again with a new district to explore. Colt Zero, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. And what I might do is actually take a break. There we go. So I'm going to take a break while this poll is running. I'll just switch to a different screen while I take my break. And when I come back, whichever one wins is where we'll go to next. I'll take about 10 minutes, maybe 11, 12, but it'll be around that time when I come back. So I'll be back after this break. Alrighty then, back for my break. Welcome back, Divin God. Colt Zero, you're an elevator repairman. That's a joke. That job requires a lot of heavy lifting. Thanks for the welcome back, Desmond. Hey, Divin God. Hey, Colt Zero. Divin God, how are you? I'm doing well. Could you ease up on the spam messaging though, please? You can actually do, like, multiple posts in one, you know. Colt, since you seem to be an Assassin's Creed fan, you're curious, have you heard of the Ubisoft game I Am Alive? I've heard of it before, but I don't think I've ever played it before though. Alright, because of Divin God, we're putting the 3-second slow mode on. So consider this a final warning, Divin God. If you keep spamming messages so quickly, you'll get kicked out. Don't need to be sending so many messages so quickly, saying one-line messages. Okay, so the poll results were, if I have a look, a tie, as I knew they would be. Alright. Which means I'm the one up to it. Colt, you speedrun it. It's got a climbing system sort of like... Alright, Divin God, I've had enough of you. Time out for 30 minutes. Fucking over it. Colt, you speedrun it. It's got a climbing system sort of like Assassin's Creed, but it's kind of more limited, and there's a stamina bar that slightly restricts how much you can climb and run. Ah, I see. Yeah, got a lot of limited stuff. Yeah, stamina bars in games can be a bit annoying sometimes as well, I find. I'm gonna go to Jerusalem.
Whoa.
So that is where we will go. Desmond, you finally managed about 3 minutes to sleep. Oh, you did you? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
No, just went on my break. So didn't miss anything. And that's definitely no worries at all about the poll. That's for sure, Desmond. If there's a tie, I just basically choose myself. Altair just casually riding. There we go. Now that we don't have one message being sent every 1.5 seconds, I can take the chat delay off. Hey there, cons. Not too badly, actually. I have 60 of the 100 flags in the whole big kingdom area. And earlier I got 33 flags in Accra, but they've separated the total flags in that city into more than just one grouping. Colt, it's not that bad. Generally speaking, you can replenish stamina by being in a rested state for a couple of seconds or use stamina replenishing items. Oh, that's cool though, as well, that you can do that. Reminds me of Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, where you can do that. If you're running low on stamina and you don't want to wait for it to revert back, you can just use something and that'll speed up the process.
Please be more careful.
Cons, do you unlock anything for collecting all the flags? You don't. Yeah, you don't get anything. You only get an achievement or a trophy if you're on PlayStation. But that's the only reward that you get. If they were to do a remake and they wanted to have the flags as collectibles, hopefully they would have something like a reward. Like maybe you get a special outfit or something. Actually, that'd be cool. You could get, you could unlock Altair's like old man outfit when he's like much older in Revelations when we see him.
Stop! You must not trespass here.
Alright, so we've already done the rich district. I don't yet know which district will be available, so the best thing to do is just basically go as far as to the border as possible and then just wait and see if we get a animus loading barrier kind of screen pop up. And once I know which district we're actually up to that we have available to us, then I'll actually get a video with the flags that are in that district.
I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you.
The English and the Infidel army. They leave horrors in their wake. Salah-ad-Din rides to meet him.
Finest wares in all the land.
Sir, have any money? A few coins. All I ask is he shouldn't be running.
Please be more careful.
It's like he shouldn't be running. Alright, so that answers my question. It's not the middle district that's available to us, it's the poor district. Cons, if they ever remaster AC1, they should give you an outfit or a weapon for collecting all flags. They really should. Something else, with the investigations in this game, because this game has a minimum amount, I think for players who do all of them, it'd be good to have some kind of
You have no business here. Leave.
some kind of like benefit in gameplay to having done all the investigations, as opposed to someone who's only done the first two. Like maybe you don't get all the information about the target, and there might be something in the assassination mission against the target that you don't know about, therefore they'll be able to use it against you as well. Like if you didn't do the investigation to let you know that a certain spot is not well guarded, then unless you actually notice that spot yourself in gameplay, the game wouldn't actually point it out to you. But also, what would be cool is if you did get all the animation, all the investigations. There was this cutscene that unlocks where Altair, given all the information he has, actually sees the scene in action as it would be when he actually gets to it. You know what I mean? That way, giving the player a little bit of a clue as to what they can do.
The infidel king would see us all ripped from the world. We must resist. We must.
Colt, you don't know if you ever pursue speedrunning the AC games. The 100% runs for AC are generally like 5 hours on average. Meanwhile, I Am Alive's full completion run is on the verge of being optimized to sub 1 hour. Yeah, that's a good point because, like, especially this game in the series, you can't skip cutscenes at all. Something I did notice, though, that I didn't know before is, if you are doing the investigations, if the investigation is far away from the bureau where you have to go once you've done the minimum, if you actually exit the Animus and then go back in, it actually puts you back at the bureau straight away. So, I don't know how much time save that kind of thing would be.
Leave now!
You do have the Chronicles games, which would probably be the best games for speedrunning in the series because they're generally only, like for me, not doing the optional objectives, it probably takes about between 3 to 4.5, maybe sometimes 5 hours, depending. Good thing I didn't collect that flag now, because I'm not actually ready to do that yet. I want to synchronize all the viewpoints in this district so that on the map itself I can see all the little intricate details on the map.
But I say, this is an honor to die in service to God, fighting for what we believe in. There is no greater glory than this. I stand before you to deliver a warning. Should Richard take Jaffa,
you are not supposed to be here.
No
Leave.
stopping him. He will march on Jerusalem next. We must end this before it has a chance to begin. That city is ours, has always been ours. And it is
Well, most of I Am Alive's cutscenes can be skipped, and even for the ones that can't be skipped, there's still a way to skip some of them by doing a checkpoint reset. The checkpoint reset only works for some of them, though. Now, that would be awesome to use those kinds of tricks. And there's so many different things in games, you know, like I watch speedrunners work out where to make the character stand so that they can move quicker through the environment. In the Tomb Raider reboot games, there's a lot of moments where Lara will talk to a character over the comms that she has, and she'll slow down. But if you get close enough to an item, when you press the button, she'll actually bend over and grab the item, which helps a lot because it speeds up the process a little bit, but probably not enough to be beneficial when you're speedrunning it, though. Desmond Valhalla 100% speedrun is what, 3 days? Now that would be insane, especially if you were doing that type of playthrough with it. Watching, waiting, watching.
He tempts us always. Be strong, strong like Salahadin, and take up arms against our
My family is sick.
Hey there, Rosie. Welcome to you. Getting flashbacks to Callisto Protocol, are you? What's causing those? The flag collections? Gotta be in the menus to listen to the damn audio logs. Do you really? So you can't just have it play over gameplay?
boy name making certain. Your life ends now.
You are not allowed to be here. Leave.
Stay on him!
Death to the infidels!
Rosie, yeah, you hated that game, did you? Callisto Protocol. Yeah, I remember there was such big hype for it. I don't know whether it was because some of the stuff was just because they were the people behind Dead Space, and that was, you know, giving people confidence enough to want to buy the game. But I definitely have heard that it's not that great. But then again, it is a game that I wouldn't mind playing myself to see what it's like myself, because maybe it might be one of those ones that I like, but you never know sometimes. Colt, admittedly, I'm Alive's full completion run 120% is rather unique in that it's not much longer than its any percent run. At its most optimized, you'd say it's less than 15 minutes longer than any percent. Really? Less than 15 minutes? Now that is a big, you know, amount of time to kind of save as well. Rosie, you have more patience, so you probably would like it more. So it's got a lot of moments where you need to be patient. Yeah, sometimes, like, it depends too.
I wish to die. So be it.
Like, sometimes I get impatient more easily with some games than others.
I'll take you down! Yeah!
No reason to stand here. Meanwhile, Altair's climbing.
Leave now. You shouldn't be here. Be gone. Leave, peasant, or I make you. Infant, you will die here.
Down, infidel!
Leave, peasant.
before I make you. You shouldn't be here. Be gone.
Rosie, you played with a friend swapping controllers. You made her play like all of it though, because you were so mad.
Your life ends now.
Like, yeah, you do this part. Do you want to have a go? No, you keep going. You keep playing. It's alright. Colt, you do like AC games casually. You've gotten pretty much full sync in all the AC games you played. Oh, nice, Colt. Yeah, it's good. I like to do playthroughs sometimes where I do get all the optional objectives. And then it is also good to do playthroughs where it's just like not worry about them as well. I like to mix it up a little bit. So that should be all the synchronization points in the poor district of Jerusalem. So now I need to go to the video guide for the flags in Jerusalem. Alright, so the video that I'm using starts off with the rich district, which is actually the first district that gets made available to us when we play the game. I don't know how many are actually in the rich district. Alright, now I've reached the point in the video where they're up to doing the flags in the poor district. If you ever want to try out I'm Alive, it's actually really easy. If you have an Xbox console with access to the Xbox Live Arcade, it's on there with a free demo. There's actually a very simple skip that you do in the speedrun that you learn doubles as a way to skip the demo and trigger. So you can use the free demo to play the full game. Damn, that's cool that you can actually do that trick to be able to actually play the full game as well. Yeah, I stream mainly on the Xbox. I do stream some games on my laptop, but they generally are retro games that I don't have on any other console. But I do have access to Xbox Live. And the arcade stuff. Alan Wake's American Nightmare, that was a Xbox Live arcade game as well. This is the assassination area for Maj Adin.
He's going to hurt himself. And when he does, I won't help him.
In multiple AC games, they actually reference the main targets in this game that you have to take out. Alright, so here's the first flag in the poor district, but that is our 34th in Jerusalem overall.
Ever see someone do that before? I have.
Teach your heresy elsewhere. Heretic! Stop this, please. You're hurting me. Heretic!
سوف أنبهك إذا رأيته يمر بالجوار. لن يبعد كثيرا.
Colt, the skip was found in a speedrunning context first. After seeing a video of the demo, you immediately figured out that the same skip could be used to skip the demo end trigger. That's so cool that we were able to discover it at all. And I wonder how many demos of games actually did have something that could be used to actually skip the demo end process.
No, you don't understand. I have nothing. I beg of you. I beg of you, just a
أنا
few
متأكد
coins.
جدا أنه لن يغادر المدينة.
Can't you
أو
spare
الشيء
something?
السديد
I'm
الذي كان
poor and
يندفع.
sick and hungry.
Guards, I found
Someone's
a
going to get hurt. You'll pay for that! Why would he do that?
Colt, not sure. First of all, it depends on if the demo file actually contains the full game or not. Second is just a matter of finding the right exploit to get around it. You think it was more common with the older games than newer ones, and even then it probably wasn't that common. Yeah. So it's probably really only like a handful of those games that had demos which even had the full game just locked behind the programming, not necessarily locked behind the fact that the demo was a different overall file, I guess, than what the full version would be. It still amazes me sometimes how these exploits get found, you know, and probably one of the reasons obviously is because spending so much time redoing some things over and over again and then trying out new stuff, and like I'm sure there's things that once you get to a new game you immediately start to try all different kinds of tricks that even if it doesn't work in that game you still try them just to see if they do. Which definitely takes some dedication. That's why my hat goes off to speedrunners, because the closest I get to feeling like, oh, I have to restart the game now and all that progress that I made is lost, is when I do no death challenges with the Tomb Raider games. I also did a playthrough where I did a challenge with Syndicate, Assassin's Creed Syndicate, where if I fucked up I had to restart the whole game.
There's nowhere to run, old man.
But to actually do that over and over again in situations where it could just be a slight tiny difference, that means you can't get your personal best beat, or you can't beat the record now, and so you have to basically start again.
There's nowhere to run, old man.
And how many times potentially that process could happen. Like I imagine when you have a run that seems to be going well, but at the last minute things fuck up and it means that you have to restart because there's no way you'd be able to make a quicker time. So I imagine that would be frustrating, having to then restart again.
Spend your time teaching filth, blasphemy. You're nothing. God has forsaken you. You're nothing. God has forsaken you. Out here, old man. Don't hurt me, please. Teach your heresy elsewhere.
No, please don't leave.
I need help. There's nowhere to run, old man. Don't hurt me, please. You've no reason to be out here, old man. Please, I've done nothing wrong. Why are you doing this?
Foolish old man.
He should stop acting like a child. Anyone, don't hurt me, please. Spend I'm teaching filth, blasphemy. Please, I've done nothing wrong. Why are you doing this, old man? Stop this, please. You're hurting me. Help! I need help! Please, anyone!
We are the true children of God. You've no reason to be out here.
Filthy heretic! You'll never get
Tamahal.
I'll have your head! Don't let me
Found him! Find out where he went.
That's him! There! Get him! You haven't won.
We cannot run forever! Down, impudent!
I will get you! You haven't won yet.
Over here!
Colt, you didn't actually play demos very much growing up, but they are fascinating. Yeah, this idea too that you had ones where once you reach a certain point, it would end. Ones that you had a time limit, and you had potentially the ability, if you learnt a really quick route, to actually get further and further, but obviously there came a point where you couldn't be fast enough to actually get it.
That will cost you your life, dirty thief! I'll have your hand for that! Please stop my
Yeah, I remember when I would buy gaming magazines where I would basically... Sometimes there wasn't really anything on the demo disc that I was actually interested in, but I still got the magazine anyway because of what was ever going on in that issue. Nowadays, the demos of games that I play are basically just, if there's a game I'm interested in, but I don't know if it's going to be one that I like, if it's on Game Pass, then that's my demo of it. Just basically give it a shot, give it a bit of a play, and if I don't like it, well, at least I haven't downloaded the game. But if it's actually a game that also has the ability to play it on the cloud, I'll only use that as far as testing the game goes. So that way I don't even have to download it at all.
I'll have your hand for that! Foolish old man.
Thief! You are filth!
I beg of you! Can't you spare something? I'm poor and sick and hungry. Please, sir, have any money?
Thief! You are filth!
Please, someone do something.
What a fool! This thief! I'll have your hand for that! You dare steal in my presence?
All I ask
That
is
will
for a
cost
few
you.
Now
coins.
comes the English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors in their wake. Salah-ad-Din rides to meet him, that he might be avenged. Pray that God, glorious and exalted is he, finds favor with us, that he may grant our victory. Praise me, Salah-ad-Din! He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist. We must push back. I stand before you. Be wary, friends. The Shaitan is everywhere, watching, waiting. He tempts us always. Be strong, strong like Salah-ad-Din, and take up arms against our enemies in whatever way you can.
Strange, I've never seen someone do that before.
Curse him! Curse the Christian king and his... army of infidels. They go against the will of God and must be made to pay. Everywhere they ride, they leave only suffering in their wake. They say it is a crusade. A crusade for what? Ignorance? Violence? Madness? We must resist. We must fight them in any way we can.
All I ask is for a few coins. My family is sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins?
Thousands of
No,
lives are
you
lost
don't
in its
understand.
defense.
I have nothing.
It seems a tragedy, but I say this is an honor. To die in service to God, fighting for what we
Hey there,
believe
Spicy
in.
Chicken.
There is
Good morning
no
to you.
greater glory than this.
Culture, also not much of a speedrunner. I'm Alive is kinda your one exception. You did try some 3D platformer games in the past, but you realized you're kinda bad at them as much as you do love them casually. That's good though, to sort of like figure that stuff out, and then at least you know what kind of games you're not really going to be bothered with as well. Because that can be freeing, because I mean there's so many games to choose from anyway, with different contexts, let alone games that you want to do as speedrun games. You grew up on them, Spicy Chicken? Yeah, that's the thing. I remember when it was getting to that point where it was 3D gaming was coming in, and I remember thinking to myself, you know, hopefully some of the franchises that have been around for a while at that point would become 3D, and of course that happened, of course, thankfully. So you started to see that happen. But some franchises had an easier time actually transitioning to 3D than others did though.
For that!
End this.
I'll have your hand for that! Thief! You are filth!
What have I done wrong? Help me!
Won't anyone help me? What have I done wrong? Help me, please!
Thief! You are filth!
Watching, waiting. He tempts us always. He's strong.
Less! Filthy!
What are you left?
Leave now!
What is that fool doing?
You have no business here. Leave!
Oh dear. What did he do?
What is that fool doing? Away with you. Leave, peasant, before I make you. Ha! Stop! You must not trespass here.
Watch carefully those around you. Those you think you know so well. For none of us is above temptation. Should they act contrary to the law, no matter how minor it seems, they must be reported. A small crime today leads to larger ones tomorrow. Majduddin will help. Only come forward so that he might know their names. There is nothing more insidious than one who turns his back on the law. For the law was given to us by God. Glorious and exalted is he.
That's not the flag that I want to get now. I'm trying to match the guide flag for flag.
Evil than this. Majduddin understands. He wants to cast out the wicked among us, that we may live righteous lives. Watch carefully those around you. Those you think you know so well.
Not that one either.
You have no business here. Leave! Thief! You are filth!
Turn back now.
Die, thief!
Help me! Somebody help me! Please, can't you spare something? I'm poor.
Stop! You must not trespass here.
There we go. Is this the one? No. Jesus Christ. No, we're fucking near it. Jeez. I was trying to find where our haystack was because there was a haystack on the rooftop.
Why would anyone do that?
But it's off in the other direction.
Watch carefully those around you. Those you think you know so well. For none of us is about
Stop! You must
Here
not
we go, that's
trespass
more
here.
like it.
Away with you. You shouldn't be here. Be gone.
Alright, we have 50 of 100, but in this poor district, there's probably 33, maybe, that I need to get.
Come no further.
Colt, the elevator repair thing you opened with was a I Am Alive reference, by the way. Oh, was it really? Oh, cool.
You shouldn't be here. Be gone. Leave this place.
Hey there, Donna. Welcome. This game is so good. The soundtrack as well. Absolutely, it really is. I always like to replay this one. I might not play it as often as some of the others throughout a year, but when I do play it though, it feels good to go back to this one and re-experience it again. Especially for as far, like, as the series went on, there's so much that changed. So it's always good to go back and see what it was. Colt, there's this area where the actual objective of the area is to climb to the top of the building to fight some fireworks to signal for help. It's a story thing. And then there's a purely optional objective to repair some elevators. Originally in the speedrun, we would climb to the top of the building then climb all the way down, and you didn't touch the elevators at all. But the funny thing is that you found a way to be able to repair the elevators earlier than you should, and that allows you to take the elevators to the level exit, allowing us to skip the main objective entirely. That is so clever to come across that, and to figure that out as well. That would have felt really cool to stumble across that, and not only that, but also realize that it could be repeated as well, and it wasn't just like a random glitch that could happen. You went from not bothering with the elevators to suddenly replacing the main objective with just repairing the elevators. I wonder if the developers of it found out that people discovered that, and if it was something that they overlooked, or if it was something that they kept in as kind of like a bit of a surprise for players who were going to be experimental enough to actually find it.
You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you your life! Die, thief!
Something? I'm poor and sick and hungry. Why would you do that? No, you don't.
Die, thief!
I have nothing. I beg of you. I beg of you just a few coins, please.
Thief! You are filth!
No, you don't understand.
Fires of war consume the land, and thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It seems a tragedy, but I thought this is an honor to die in service to God, fighting for what we believe in. There is no greater glory than peace.
Leave, peasant, before I make you.
Oh dear, I beg of you. I beg of you just a few coins, please? Please, sir, have any money? Oh, my.
God save him. He's gone mad.
فليسأله أحد لماذا يفعل ذلك؟
There is nothing more insidious than one who turns his back on the law. When the law was given to us by God, glorious...
Die, infidel!
ردوها علي.
أنت تنتظر عليك الطوارئ. اعثروا علي. ارجعوا. لا تدعوه لك.
Kime boyun eğmek istiyorsun?
You will not get away from me. Get you!
Kovalayın!
Infidel! You will die!
Saçman fayda etmez. Gel buraya.
He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist. We must push back. I stand before you.
You are not
Damn it, trying to find the one that the guide's looking for next. It's like looking for a literal fucking needle in the haystack.
You have no business here. Leave.
Alright, time to back up in the video a bit to see where they fucking start. Alright, so it's near part with a haystack on the roof.
Curse the Christian king and his army of infidels! They go against the will of God and must be made to pay! Everywhere they ride, they leave only suffering in their wake. They say it is a crusade! A crusade for what? Ignorance? Violence? Madness! We must resist! We must fight them in any way we can! Praise be Salah ad-Din! He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist. We must push back. South comes the English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors in their wake. Salah ad-Din rides to meet him, that these barbarous acts might be avenged. Pray that God, glorious and exalted is he, finds favor with us, that he may grant us victory. Be wary, friends. The Shaitan is everywhere, watching, waiting. He tempts us always. Be strong, strong like Salah ad-Din. and take up arms against our enemies in whatever way you can. The fires of war consume the land, and thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It seems a tragedy, but I say this is an honor to die in service to God, fighting for what we believe in. There is no greater glory than this. The fires of war consume the land, and thousands of lives are lost in its defense.
It's forbidden for you to be here.
What is he doing? Please, can't you spare something? I'm poor and sick and hungry. I need someone should stop him before he hurts himself. What's wrong with him?
Oh. Oh.
Leave now!
No wonder fucking why. Jesus Christ. Some of these rooftops have the same elements. It's all the way fucking over this way. No wonder why I wasn't finding the actual one that I'm up to in the guide.
You are not supposed to be here.
Fucking hell. Plus without a HUD on as well. Makes some stuff look too samey.
I'll have your hand for that!
Cult is actually an item exploit made possible because a skip that was found much earlier in the run. There's these fuel can items that are used to fuel elevators at various points in the game. There's an elevator at an earlier area that is actually normally required to progress, but a fellow runner found a semi-out of bounds bug to skip, having to use the elevator entirely. And then you figured, well, if we aren't using the fuel can here, might as well still grab it to use on the elevator that comes up later. Grabbing the fuel can adds a minute-long detour, but saves 1 minute 40 seconds later by skipping the fireworks objective, netting about 40 seconds of time save. That would be the other thing too. What at the time feels like it's not saving you time, a few steps later it actually ends up saving you time.
You're a dead man!
Watch carefully those around you, those you think you know so well. For none of us is above temptation.
There it is. Finally found the flag that I was actually up to in the guide.
It seems they must be reported. Small crime today leads to larger tomorrow. Only come forward so that he might know their names. We all hold darkness in our hearts. Each day is a struggle to remain strong in our faith.
Pardon me. Alright, so that's there. Or thereabouts.
We are only human. We might falter. We might fail.
I assume this is the next flag in the guide too, but I just want to wait till they collect it before going ahead with it.
Die, thief!
Yep, that's the same one.
Thief! You are filth!
No, stop it, please! You're hurting! What have I done wrong?
Die, thief!
Watch carefully those around you, those you think you know so well. For none of us is above temptation. Should they act contrary to the law, no matter how minor it seems, they must be reported. A small crime today leads to larger ones tomorrow. Majduddin will help. Only come forward so that he might know their names. Watch carefully those around you. Those you think...
Ah, there's a viewpoint I missed in the poor district.
think you know so well. For none of us is above temptation. Should they act contrary to the law, no matter how minor it seems, they must be reported. Small
Comes the English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors in their wake. Salah-ad-Din rides to meet him, that these barbarous acts might be avenged. Pray that God, glorious and exalted is he, finds favor with us, that he may grant us victory. Praise be Salah-ad-Din! He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king is all fight for the world. We must resist. We must push back. Praise be Salah-ad-Din! He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist. We must push back. Curse him! Curse the Christian king and his army of infidels! They go against the will of God and must be made to pay everywhere they ride. They leave only suffering in their wake. They say it is a crusade. A crusade for what? Ignorance? Violence? Madness? We must resist. We must fight them in any way we can.
Leave now!
The fires of war consume the land, and thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It seems a tragedy, but I say this is an honor.
Oh, yeah.
By God, glorious and exalted is he. To defy it is to disrespect him. There is no
Why are you doing this?
evil.
I've done nothing wrong.
بس حقير سأقطع يديك جزاء ذلك.
What's he doing that for?
I'm so hungry. Just a little money.
Hırsızlık yapmanın cezası ölümdür.
Why are you doing this?
Fine.
Geber kafir heretic!
Avaristis.
Ne boyun eğmek istiyorsun? How could we have lost him? Faster, faster! You'll never get away! How is this possible? ترك هو هنا بدوا علي ready! You cannot defeat me! Give it away! I will end this!
None of us is above temptations. Should they act contrary to the law, no matter how minor it seems, they must be reported. Small crime today leads to larger ones tomorrow. Majduddin will help. Only come forward so that he might know their names. Watch carefully those around you, those you think you know so well. For none of us is above temptation.
Has he lost his mind?
Wait, you're hurting me.
See? You are
You don't understand. I have nothing.
Stop it, please!
My family is sick and
You are
dying.
filth!
Could you spare a few coins?
Is that
a
man?
few coins?
All I ask is why would anyone
You are not allowed to be here. Leave.
Hırsızlık yapmanın cezası ölümdür.
Please, you're hurting me. What have I done wrong? Tell me. Please.
What eyyuhallah?
That hurts. Stop.
This hırsız
I don't understand.
Leave this place.
Has he lost his mind?
Hey there, Afro. Flag collecting, riveting gameplay. We need 5 hours and more playtime. Add 200 random flags to collect. Yeah. This is the kind of stuff that I would normally do off stream, but because I set it up as a community challenge and people put points towards it, I'm doing it on stream. But it's one of those things that I don't do every playthrough, of course.
Is there a reason for him to do that?
Help! Need help!
Curse him! Curse the Christian king and his army of infidels! They go against the will of God and must be made to pay!
All I ask is
Everywhere they rise, they say it's a crusade! A crusade for what? Ignorance? Violence? Madness? We must resist! We must fight them in any way we can! Be wary, friends! The Shaitan is everywhere! Watching, waiting! He tempts us always! Be strong! Strong like Salahadin! And take up arms against our enemies in whatever way you can! I've never seen someone do that before. I stand before you to deliver a warning. Should Richard take Jaffa, there will be no stopping him. He will march on Jerusalem next. We must end this before it has a chance to begin. That city is ours, has always been ours. And it is our duty to defend it until death. The Crusaders must be destroyed. Praise be Salahadin! He has found the strength to stand. Do I look like a merchant?
I'm so hungry.
Make
Just
no
a little
mistake.
money, I beg of
It
you.
is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist. We must push back.
I wonder what's there.
I stand before you in every warning. Richard, take Jaffa.
Help me! Somebody help me!
You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you your life!
Why is he doing that?
South comes the English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors in their wake. Saladin rides to meet him. Then he
No, please don't leave. Just a few coins.
glorious and exalted is he, finds favor with us, that he may grant us victory. Curse him! curse the Christian king and his army of infidels. They go against the will of God.
What's he doing?
And must
God
be
save
made
him.
to
He's
pay.
gone mad.
Everywhere they ride, they leave only suffering in their wake. They say it is a crusade. A crusade for what? Ignorance?
Why would
Violence? Madness?
What is he doing?
We must resist. We must fight them in any way we can. Be wary, friends. The Shaitan is everywhere, watching, waiting. He tempts us always. Be strong, strong like Salahadin, and take up arms.
Afro, you don't get anything, yeah, for collecting these? You don't. No, all you get is an achievement or a trophy. That's all you get. No in-game reward or anything. You watched Blade Runner 2049 last night for the first time. What an experience, amazing visuals and music. Hans Zimmer is God, and the story kept you entertaining. Oh, that's good. I haven't actually even seen the original. But I remember, I don't know which version it was that I saw, but I remember watching it and I wasn't really into it, and so I never watched the rest of it. And since then I haven't tried, and I think that would have been like 2000, 2001 when I actually tried to watch it. So I haven't seen the sequel. But that's good though that you enjoyed it. I didn't realize that he did the music for that as well. You're going to watch the original today. Oh, cool. Yeah, I know that there's a version that Harrison Ford hated where they got him to actually do a voiceover narration throughout the whole movie, which he absolutely hated doing.
Against our enemies, in whatever way you can. Praise be.
What's wrong with you?
The fires of war consume the land.
Ah, nice. So that's all the flags in the poor district collected. I just saw that the next flag that the person in the guide is going for is actually in the middle district. So that works out well. Alright. Now that I've done that, it's time to actually focus on the main story mission here. So what we're going to do is go to the bureau. And get the dialogue with the Rafik. As I said before, you don't actually have to go to the bureau leader as soon as you enter the city. You can actually go ahead and find the minimum amount of investigations to do them, and then go to the bureau leader, and then he'll give you the assassination mission. But we're going to go to them first, get the dialogue that they say, then going to do one investigation, and then this time I'm going to remember to go back to get more dialogue. Once you do the minimum amount though, it goes to the dialogue scene where you get given the mission to assassinate the main target. Because it takes so long to actually collect the flags, for this playthrough I decided not to do all the investigations in each mission, and in total there's 6. But the minimum you have to do is between 2 and 3. It changes to 3 later, but right now it's still a minimum of 2.
You have no business here. Leave.
There it is.
Army of infidels. They go against the will of God and must be made to pay. Everywhere they ride, they leave only suffering in their wake. They say it is a...
Safety and peace, Malik.
Word that the city was possessed of either. Why do you trouble me today?
Al-Mualim has marked Majd-ud-Din for death. What can you tell me about him?
Salahuddin's absence has left the city without a proper leader. And Majduddin has appointed himself to play the part. Fear and intimidation get him what he wants. He has no true claim to the position.
That ends today.
You speak too readily. This is not some slaver we're discussing. He rules Jerusalem and is well protected because of it. I suggest you plan your attack carefully. Get to better know your prey.
With your help, I will. Where would you have me begin my search?
What's this? You're actually asking for my assistance instead of demanding it. I'm impressed.
Be out with it.
As you wish. Here's where I would look. First, to the southwest near the mosque. After that, head south of here. There are 2 locations that might interest you. The southernmost church is one, the other is in the streets, near a synagogue.
Thank you for your help, Dai.
Don't foul this, Altair. Does this look like the site of an execution? Get to work! I've nothing more to say to you. Attend to your task. Maybe you want those poor people to be executed. Because that's what will happen if you don't leave now. Do you need something? Is that why you remain standing before me? Maybe you want those poor people to be executed. Because that's what will happen if you don't leave now.
Leave now. Do it. Come on. Altair. You can do it. Afro, is there dialogue if you show up after completing all investigations? So if you do all the investigations, Altair will actually tell the Rafik more stuff. So if you only do the minimum, he'll only tell the Rafik the information that he learned in those 2 investigations that you did.
You are filth! Don't hurt me, please!
I wanted to see last stream if you don't kill the main target but they become aware of you and you go back to the bureau, what the bureau leader would say, but the game just basically desynchronizes you. I thought, oh, it'd be funny if you come back to the bureau and they're like, Altair, what are you doing here? The whole city is alive. Is the target dead? And Altair would be like, no, the target is not dead yet. And then then Altair gets chastised for not finishing the job.
You've no reason to be out here, old man. You've no reason to be
And it would be funny then if Almo Lim had something different to say once you actually went back to the bureau, went back to him, sorry. The Rafik told me that you didn't do the assassination straight away. What is wrong with you, Altair?
Is there a reason for him to do that?
They sent word you wish to speak with me.
Majduddin intends another execution today. We must ensure all goes well.
It is my duty to serve.
Bring the document I've given you to your master. This way he'll know where my men are at all times. And be quick about it. We can ill afford any delays.
There will be none, you have my word. Is there anything else?
We've reason to believe they've infiltrated the city. Majduddin fears for his safety. Truth be told, I don't blame him. A man in his position has many enemies.
I'm sure your men will keep him safe.
God willing.
What is it that you want?
That will cost you your life, thief! You are filth!
Please, someone do something!
Die, thief!
Please,
Die, thief!
Ah, shit. I almost forgot. Almost forgot to go back to the bureau again after doing one investigation.
spend your time teaching filth, blasphemy.
So we can get that sorted.
Help! I need help! Please, anyone!
Colt, part of the reason you're watching AC streams at the moment is because for some reason you recently had a dream that looked like a combo of Alice, Madness Returns, and an AC Games map. In the dream, it was like a female character who had the multi-jump in air system from the Alice game, but it looked like AC did it. Ah, okay. Yeah, I never actually played any of those Alice games. Isn't there two of them as well? But yeah, it's interesting how you can see something in a dream, and while you might not find the exact same thing you dreamt, you might actually be motivated to find something similar. Yeah, it just had the words together. It was like a female. It considered that being a slur against gender.
Altair, is your work done?
No, not yet.
Then get out of here and get to it!
Then get out of here and get to it.
Al-Mualim should know about this. I wonder what he'll think. You have an assassination to attend to, yet instead you choose to trouble me. Perhaps you're confused. This is a bureau. Your target is at an execution. I'll let you figure out what that means. I would think you'd have more productive uses for your time, but perhaps I am mistaken.
The actor who plays Malik is awesome. Huz Sleeman.
Still here? Are you interested in a staring contest then?
Staring contest.
Why do you choose to pester me? I would think you'd have more productive uses for your time, but
oh, that's okay, Colt
perhaps I am
Zero.
mistaken.
Yeah, sometimes AutoMod just doesn't realize context either. So hopefully one day it actually understands context in relation to what is actually being said as well.
That will cost you your life!
Something to say is going to hurt someone.
Something to say. Alright, so once we've got that dialogue, now I'm going to go and do the other investigation. And that'll be the second one, and I'm only doing the minimum in this playthrough, so we'll be able to go back to Malik and get the permission to actually kill the main target. Which is basically the game letting you access the area where it is and the target being there, of course.
My family is sick and dying.
You follow a false god. Don't hurt me!
He's going to hurt himself. Curse the Christian king and his army of infidels! They go against the will of God!
Someone should stop them.
He's going to have trouble.
Go away.
Did you see the order? He wants us to repair a stage for another execution. Today!
It's the one at the western edge of Solomon's Temple. I was on my way just now.
So much death.
Worried that our true leader might return and bring a measure of justice to this city.
Yes, and not this mockery Majd-Dean parades before us.
How? How does something like this happen?
Everyone appointed in Salah ad-Din's stead is met with an untimely end. And now the position falls to him. He, who was once nothing more than the Emir's scribe.
How convenient. It would not surprise me to learn he was behind these accidents.
Shh! If the guards hear us, we'll be taken for treason. Executed on the very platform we have to repair. Come, let us return to work.
You need something?
You want something?
your hand for that.
Alrighty then, that's that done.
Please someone do something.
They're like, please do something.
Be wary, friends. The Shaitan is everywhere. Watching, waiting.
Why would you do that?
Don't hurt me, please.
You follow our false god.
Stop this, please. You're hurting me. There's nowhere to run, old man.
A cold AC with stylized jumping mechanic like Alice Madness Returns would be kind of cool. Not very AC-like considering it wouldn't be very realistic, but it would still be cool. Yeah, I haven't actually seen how Alice jumps in that game. Like, I've seen one of them being played, but that was a long time ago and I can't even remember which one. And can't remember what style of jumping.
I need help. Please, anyone.
I'll have your hand for that.
What have I done?
Please, I've done nothing wrong. Why am I doing this?
Die, thief.
Don't hurt me, please.
You dare steal in my
Now
presence?
comes the English king and his infidel army.
Altair, is your work done?
No, not yet.
Then get out of here and get to it!
Ah, hang on, no, it's 3... Sorry. Now it's 3 investigations.
Perhaps you're confused. This is a bureau. Your target is
still
at an
love
execution.
Malik.
I'll let you figure out what that means.
It's so sarcastic there. Alright, I forgot. Now it's switched to 3 minimum investigations. Wasn't even paying attention to the top right hand corner of the screen when entering that menu.
I should have watched where he was going.
The way these NPCs make these really loud noises, like, geez, it's not that bad, is it? Colt, you jump off the ground and then you have 3 additional jumps you can do mid-air. Ah, I got you now. Yeah, I guess in some ways you got like,
Oh,
You are
What a fool!
it allows you to clear large gaps while maintaining height. Makes me think of the Ghouls and Ghosts, or Ghosts and Goblins games, having the double jump.
They say it is a crusade. A crusade for what? Ignorance? Violence?
Madness.
We must resist.
Let's do a eavesdrop mission.
Them in any way we can.
How odd.
Colt, there's also a bug to get in a 4th mid-air jump, which is used in the speedrun to clear otherwise impossible gaps. That's really cool that you could unlock that 4th jump as well, to make that large distance.
I am sorry, Ahmad. They came without warning.
My son? They have my son? What is to be done with him?
We did everything we could.
What is to be done with him?
He's to be executed. Today.
No, I won't allow it.
But what can we do? Majduddin will hear no appeals. He says there can be no barter with God's will.
This is not God's will, but madness. I'll go to him myself. Where is he?
He will attend the execution, perform it even. He enjoys the act. A truly evil man.
We have no time to lose then. Let's go.
Like how the dude is like, where is he? And looks around expecting him to be like right a few meters away from him. Cold is kind of weird, is it? Yeah.
You didn't have to stand before you to deliver a warning. Should Richard take Jaffa, there will be no stopping him. He will march on Jerusalem next. We must end this.
The fourth jump is possible because you can do it with a secondary input device, and for some reason it allows you to get in one extra jump. That's kind of cool, having it that if you have a second input. I don't think it's exactly the same as that, but it reminds me in Double Dragon 2, if you play 2 players, but if you choose, I think, 2-player B, you can actually kill the other character, and each time you do, your character gets their extra life. It's a good way to give yourself more lives than the game would give you if you were just playing single player. Hey hippie, you really excited about Mirage if it is what they promise? Yeah, hopefully so. If only Ubisoft would give us that little thing called gameplay to see.
Comes the English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors.
Do you like being able to fly out an eagle to spot for you? I don't mind it, but the thing is, Basim doesn't have an eagle in Valhalla, and while the easy answer would be maybe his eagle died, the thing is, if they're going back to the roots of the series, where's Altair's eagle? Oh, that's right, he doesn't have one. Where's Ezio's eagle? Oh, that's right, he doesn't have one. Where's Connor's? Where's Aveline's? Where's Xiao Jun's? Where's Evie's? Where's Jacob's? You know, where are all these characters from the old school games that had an eagle that was a pet? That's one of the things where I'm like, is it really going back to your roots if you're including things that weren't involved in the games that you're saying have inspired you to go back to the roots? To me, it just smacks of them not being able to let go of the concept, and they still want to have it. But if I end up playing Mirage, I'll just do playthroughs where I don't use the eagle. See it as kind of like a challenge playthrough thing. But here's the thing, they said that Basim's going to have traditional eagle vision again, and it's like, well, why do you need an actual eagle again then? You know, the idea was that characters like Bayek and Aya and Cassandra and even Connor's daughter, because he goes on to have a daughter, they all have the ability to literally see through the eyes of an eagle. You know, so why are characters that aren't portrayed to have that skill having an eagle? You know, why give Basim traditional eagle vision and then another eagle? It just doesn't make sense.
What news, novice?
I am not a novice.
A man's skill is defined by his actions, not the markings on his robe.
We can trade barbs or do Al-Muallim's work. It's your decision.
Then be out with it.
Jerusalem's regent Majd-ud-Din is holding a public execution not far from here. It's sure to be well guarded, but it's nothing I can't handle. I know what to do.
And that is why you remain a novice in my eyes. You cannot know anything, only suspect. You must expect to be wrong, to have overlooked something. Anticipate, Altair. How many times must I remind you of this?
As you wish. Are we done?
Not quite. There is one more thing. One of the men to be executed is a brother. One of us. Al-Mulim wishes for him to be saved. Do not worry about the actual rescue. My men will take care of that. But you must ensure Majd-ud-Din does not take his life.
I won't give him the chance.
So I hope.
Fast forwarding memory.
Yeah, but yeah, you don't enjoy the eagle thing. Ooh, eagle vision. Yeah. So bringing that traditional eagle vision back, there's no point having a literal eagle that you can see through the eyes of as well. A good example of a company saying that they're going to go back to the roots with a new entry is Capcom Vancouver with Dead Rising. Hey Mathams, thank you so much for the follow. And hey there Matthew, how's things going? Dead Rising 1, 2 and 3 all have psychopaths as part of the game. And for those who don't know, in those Dead Rising games, there was a main objective, but there were also psychopaths you could run into. And they were a big spectacle. You'd find them, and then there'd be this really cool, sometimes funny, sometimes really weird and bizarre cutscene that would introduce them to you. And then you'd have to fight them. And then after you killed them, you'd actually see another cutscene that would end their life in sometimes, you know, humorous ways. And that happened with 1, 2, and 3. So you would think, okay, so why did they say for Dead Rising 4 they were going back to their roots? So apparently there was some criticism about the psychopaths in 3, which then made them think, well, we can't have the psychopaths in 3, so we'll go back to the roots by taking out the psychopaths and just focus on the gameplay of pick up any weapon, anything as a weapon, kill zombies with it, the fun of that, which the first 3 games had. But the fault in their logic is that the psychopaths are actually one of the key elements of the series. And so to actually say you're going back to the roots as a marketing gimmick with a 4th entry that they knew full well wasn't actually going to have psychopaths in it, it's kind of like a bit disingenuous. And I feel like if you're doing that, you may as well have said to the people, fuck you. You know, they should have just issued a press release that said something like this: to all you piece of shit fans of Dead Rising who enjoyed the psychopaths in the first 3 games, fuck you, we hate you, we took the psychopaths out because we wanted to fuck with you. Sincerely, Capcom Vancouver, which is now since gone. There's no Capcom Vancouver anymore. When a company says they're going back to the roots, but they keep doing things that go against that, it's kind of like, are you really though? And incidentally, in Dead Rising 4, while they don't have psychopaths, they have what are basically glorified mini-bosses, which in a way psychopaths were, but in Dead Rising 4's case, you walk into an area, boom, you're already in the middle of a fight with one, and they're just saying dialogue, and then after they're dead, nothing happens, and then you just move on. Like, there's no spectacle or build-up, there's no sort of like anticipation, be like, oh cool, you know, for first-time players, I wonder what the psychopaths are going to be like in this game. And then you get those really memorable ones that make you, you know, really, really enjoy the psychopaths as a thing. And then you get to Dead Rising 4 and it's just like this ho-hum enemy that just appears who has, you know, more health points than the regular enemies. It's like, how is this part of going back to the roots? But having said that though, like, Dead Rising 4 is still fun for the gameplay of going around killing zombies and using anything as a weapon. So they nailed that part down, but I don't know why they wanted to get rid of the psychopaths so much. Hey Drunken Rambling Man, good morning to you as well. Just about to do a main target assassination. I'm going to see if I can get to the target and do a air assassination on him, but if not, I'm not going to spend too much time. It takes a little bit So this will be blocked off to us until we deal with the enemies.
Silence! I demand silence! People of Jerusalem, hear me well. I stand here today to deliver a warning. There are malcontents among you. They sow the seeds of discontent, hoping to lead you astray. Tell me, is this what you desire? To be mired in deceit and sin? To live your lives in fear? Then you wish to take action? We do! Your devotion pleases me. This evil must be purged. Only then can we hope to be redeemed.
This is not justice! And all of you stand idle, complicit in this crime.
God curse you all! See how the evil of one man spreads to corrupt others? They sought to instill fear and doubt within you, but I will keep you safe. Here now are four filled with sin. The harlot, the thief, the gambler, the heretic. Let God's judgment be brought down upon them all! Temptress! Succubus! Oh.
I beg of you.
She goes by many names, but her sin remains the same. She turned her back on the teachings, defiled her body to advance her station. Each man she
Come
touched,
no further.
forever stained.
She must pay!
This man speaks lies. I am here today not because I lay down with other men, for I did not. He means to murder me because I would not lie down with him.
Even now, offered redemption, she continues to deceive. She rejects salvation. There is only one way to deal with this.
A game of chance condemns me to death. Show me where such a thing is written. It is not sin that corrupts our city, but you.
This man took what was not his. Money, earned through the labor of another. It could have belonged to any of you. And so, you have all been violated. What say you to this?
Curse that thief! It was a single
Your work here is finished.
No, it had only just begun.
Tell me, what's your part in all of this? Do you intend to defend yourself as the others have and explain away your evil deeds?
The Brotherhood wanted the city. I wanted power. There was an opportunity.
An opportunity to murder innocents.
Not so innocent. Dissident voices cut deep as steel. They disrupt order. In this, I do agree with the Brotherhood.
You'd kill people simply for believing differently than you.
Of course not. I killed them because I could. Because it was fun. Do you know what it feels like to determine another man's fate? And did you see the way the people cheered? The way they feared me? I was like a god. You'd have done the same if you could. Such power.
Once, perhaps. But then I learned what becomes of those who lift themselves above others.
And what is that?
Here, let me show you.
أيها المرتد ولكنك لن تنتصر.
And boom, there we go. Drunken Rambling, you don't know if it's related, but you remember a bunch of people getting mad about it for some reason or another. Oh, with like the Dead Rising stuff, you mean? Colt, Altair stands out so much right now. He really does. Yeah, that's kind of like a conceit of the series, that they wear a uniform that if you're a Templar and you see it, you should know straight away. Whereas you have these characters like Marjadin and other ones who don't actually realize that there's an assassin in the crowd. Hippie, the fact that the crowd sounds so American is weird to you. Yeah, it's kind of like an in-universe thing. The Animus is actually translating the language that it's hearing into American English. Hey there, Salcat. How's things going? Called the joke of the AC series, they're supposed to be hidden, but their outfit stands out so much. Yeah, exactly. It's like you'd think that they'd be able to see them from a mile away. Drunken Rambling Man, of course not. I killed them because I could, because I wanted to. Yeah, that whole exchange between them two is really good. I like how Altair basically says that he once might have done things to get the glory and the adoration of, and you know, all that type of stuff. But, and think of himself above others, which is what really happened at the start of the game, where he thinks himself above the other assassins, but also above the Creed itself, to the point where he basically takes the everything is permitted part literally, which is not how it's supposed to be. So it's a great sort of examination of the nothing is true, everything is permitted motto of the assassins through Altair's story. as well. So okay, at least he's honest about it. That's true. At least he knows what he is. But at the same time, he deserves death. Colt, you've always liked the song that plays after a main story assassination. Me too, Colt. It's such excellent chase music by Jesper Kid. He did such an amazing job with the music in this series. It was great that he returned to work on the series with Assassin's Creed Valhalla. In fact, the whole soundtrack's great. Sarah Schachner also worked on it, as well as Einar Selvik as well. Such a great combination of talents creating the music for that game. And it's cool that Einar actually plays one of the characters on the ship, on the longship, as part of the clan. He plays Bragi, who's the guy who sings, tells stories.
Jerusalem needs a new ruler.
So I have heard.
What's this? No words of wisdom for me? Surely I have failed in some spectacular fashion.
You performed as an assassin should. No more, no less. That you expect praise for merely doing as told, however, troubles me.
It seems everything I do troubles you.
Reflect on that. But do so on your way back to Masyaf. Your work here is done.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Alrighty then, so we're not going to go to Masyaf. What I'm going to do is, for those who are only really here for the story, I might give a heads up now and say that for the rest of the stream I'm just going to go and collect flags in the kingdom area. So if that's not your thing, that's completely fine. Thank you so much for watching the stream. More than welcome obviously to keep watching if you like, but don't feel like you have to if you are only here for story stuff. But yeah, for the rest of the stream I'll just do some more collecting of flags in the kingdom. I've got 60 out of 100, so if I can get another 20 in this stream, then that will only leave 20 left to get, and then I'll do that tomorrow in tomorrow's stream, which will be the first thing I do. There'll still be flags to collect in the other parts of each city, but as for the kingdom itself, there's 100 flags in total. But there will definitely be more Assassin's Creed action, because I do it, for those who don't know, I stream Assassin's Creed content every weekend.
You know, you could have been
going to run into someone.
Your presence.
Your presence here annoys me, is what he was going to say before we got close enough to him for the dialogue exchange.
Thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It seems a tragedy. I say,
He just ran right into something.
Actually, before I go out to the kingdom, what I should do is look at the video guide for the kingdom and see where the next flag is that I'm up to in that guide, and then I can actually fast travel as close as possible to that spot. Alright, so the next one in the video is pretty much near Jerusalem anyway, so I may as well go to that one. Actually, I might have had more than 61 flags. More than 60, I mean. Might have had
Jar
61.
carriers can easily break your cover if you cause them to drop what they're carrying.
Actually, no, looks like I haven't got more than 61. Got more than 60, I mean. So go about there on this horse.
That was not very nice. Do not do that.
Drunken me, who was here to chat as you get ready for the day. Oh no, no more story. Whatever shall I do, lol?
You will not get away from me. Stop him. Over here.
It's one of those things where generally, when it comes to grinding for stuff, I like to actually do that offline. But the flag collecting in this case is because of the community challenge that I had set up that people put points into. So it's one of those situations where I'm like, I should actually stream collecting all the flags since people use their points to make it possible.
Benden bir daha kaçamayacaksın.
It was so funny earlier in the stream when there was a random horse spawned in on top of one of those towers in the distance there. It's really weird. It's like, how the hell did the horse get spawned in up there? Infidel, stop running. You can't escape. Touch this.
Stop running! You cannot escape! You cannot run forever! Gel buraya!
There we go. That sorts them out. Drunken? What's so crazy about it? The horse has guard duty too. Exactly. Very talented horse though, it can climb ladders. That are actually, you know, vertical, not on an angle or horizontal. Zelcat, he jumped down. Yeah, he did a leap of faith, which for a horse is even more of a dangerous thing. Especially into haystacks. Drunken laugh my ass off, he just backs up and the guard falls off the edge. Yeah, it's funny too, there's been a couple occasions in this stream where there'll be two guards on top of the tower, and then one of them will accidentally fall off and die. Alright, so this is the flag that I'm up to in the guide. Colt, imagine doing the throw on a horse. Yeah, it'd be cool if you could do that though, lean down and pick up the enemy and just throw them while you're on horseback. So... Oh, whoops, I've gone to the wrong video. I went to the Jerusalem Crosses video. Alright, so we got 61, so I want to get 80 before I end the stream. Get to 80, I should say. Not get 80 flags from now until I get 80 flags. But until we reach the number of 80 flags. And it's good that I'm actually in line with the guide I'm looking at. I've been very careful not to pick up flags accidentally. Just in case they're a flag that in the guide they don't get straight away and they go for another one. Oh yeah, so this one's high up, I think.
He's going to hurt someone. It's a lot of... It can bear me. إذا رأيتموه. Guys, it's again. Faster, faster! Come back here.
Back here.
Yeah.
When you're in a fight against an assassin, don't stop to scratch yourself. Funny how enemies in this game will do that. During a battle, they'll just do something like stand there and not do anything, and like scratch their head or something, or dig their foot into the ground. Like, what are you doing?
You cannot escape!
No, you died too. There we go. Boom. Done. Alright, guide where literally is it? Ah, this must be the one. Is it near or past the twin pine trees? Yeah. Except they came at it from this side. Colt. In I'm Alive, there's no throw. Instead, there's a kick. You can kick enemies off cliffs or into pits. That is so fun. I love being able to do that in games. As much as I give Odyssey shit, it is fun to do the Sparta kick against enemies who are on a cliff face and just watch as they go flying and then land. It's very, very satisfying. And of course, it's like, this is Sparta! Sparta kick. That reminds me, in the annual playthrough I'm doing of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I'm going to be doing a challenge with it, but also what I want to do is have, at least well, no, I better not do it just in cutscenes. I need the audio from that game and the cutscenes and everything isolated from the music and the sound effects. So I'll be playing that game with no music and no sound effects on. Because I want to get dialogue not only in the cutscenes clean, but I also want to get it when the character's just saying random stuff. Because I don't know what will come in handy for my video project I'm doing or not.
I will end your life.
Or what I could do alternately, which I might actually do now that I think about it, is just do a normal playthrough of Odyssey for the annual series run without turning off the music and sound effects. And then after the annual series is finished, then do a playthrough like that. Wait. Here, have a hidden blade in your back. You have a hidden blade in your chest. You have one in your neck. There we go. Hidden blades for everyone.
Kill him! You're a dead man. I'll take you down!
A soldier did it again.
To run.
Fell off and died.
Over here! You're mine! I yield!
Both of them fell down that time. Love it. 64 out of 100. Makes me think of the Nintendo 64, just because of the number. I didn't know I could make Altair do that. Hang on. What was I actually doing to get that? There we go. It's like centuries before Elvis, Altair was doing hip movement dance.
What's this?
Matthew, by the way, Rod, how many deaths did you get on Shadow of the Tomb Raider yesterday? So far, 2. The first death happened about 7 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. The second death happened about an hour and a half later because I was being stupid. But by that time, it was getting late my time, plus my concentration levels were low. I was making Lara jump, Jonah was following, and I wanted to just get to Kawakyaku quicker. And I forgot that there's actually an edge that narrows at the tip and made Lara jump off the side part and down to her death. And then that's where I ended that stream. So next week I'll get back to it. But so far I've had to restart the game twice from the start. Colt, you actually implemented one kick that is basically necessary in the 120% route to conserve ammo. Oh, did you really? Oh, that's cool. That's a good way to conserve ammo as well, being able to use a melee attack. Drunken, you just got rejected for cuddles by your pup. Oh no. You never know. Maybe it'll actually, come around. Colt, that can happen in I Am Alive too, but it's quite rare. It's also possible for enemies with guns to friendly fire, but it's pretty hard to get them to line up for it to happen. To clarify, you meant enemies falling off ledges for the first thing. Oh, I see. So you can, oh, okay, so they can fall off. Yeah. Hi there, Divin God. Are you back to spam messages again? Because if so, Ban is up next. Colt, there's a meme phrase that would fit for what you are doing, but you can't remember what it was. A meme phrase. Yeah, it's quite funny. Like, sometimes in these games, I like to do things to make the character look like they're dancing and things like that. And that was something that, yeah, I never even tried before. Before now, at least. Alright, so I grabbed both of those flags, one after the other. Just waiting for the video guide I'm watching to actually catch up to that. So if my count's correct, I should have 65 of those as well. No, 64. Alright, so there's something that I've missed. We'll just backtrack in the guide. there's got to be one that I missed. Uh-huh. I think that's the one that I missed. Or is that the next one after the one that I saw in the guide? Alright, now I'm confusing myself. Alright, so somewhere in the guide I've missed a flag. Alright, so I've gone back a few flags in the guide. I'm going to watch it carefully just to see where I might have fucked up. Uh-huh. Maybe that's why. Although maybe it's not, but let's have a look there for a moment.
This is terrible.
Alright, so that would be there. Or not. Ah, hang on. I think I might know. This guide's confusing me now. Alright, so there's a flag up there. And there's two flags up there. Alright, so there's 4 towers that each have a flag on top. And I've already gotten the flags off these 2 towers, but then further on there's actually more. So what they must have done is, in the guide, they must have travelled all the way back. Or, sorry, travelled to this point, got the flags, and then went back up this way to the other 2 towers and get the flags from that direction.
Over here! Death to the infidel! Death to the infidel! Cannot run forever!
Ah. Just about to fucking grab the flag.
I'll get you!
Alright, so looking at the guide. Alright, so one of the towers is the 63rd one. So I'll just treat one of those towers there as the 63rd. And then the next one is the 64th. Then this one should be the 65th. That's the 65th, and this should be the 66th. Yep. Alright, and then they actually went this way, and then they collected the flags that were actually on top of these 2 towers ahead. So I was just coming at it from a different direction that they were in the guide. Now it's this one with the horses surrounding it. Alright, now I've actually caught up with the guide and made sense of that. Thanks for redeeming that, Drunken Rambling Man.
Jump off the cliff, Lara. You know you want to make Rod embarrassed, Lara.
Thanks for redeeming that, Drunken Rambling Man. I appreciate it. I eat AC-1 flags for breakfast, and now I am very hungry. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression as well. Colt, contrary to that, it's actually hard to fall off ledges as the player. The game puts in invisible safety rails of sorts to prevent you from just straight up falling off a ledge. If you run up to a ledge, it makes you hang off the ledge instead of falling. There's actually a bug where you do to fall off ledges, and it's actually useful in some locations to skip having to slowly climb down. That is so cool, especially to actually skip the slow process of climbing down as well. But that's interesting too, that it puts like invisible safety rails. Yeah, Ryu, I already warned them earlier. They were in here spamming messages and all that type of stuff. So I gave them a warning when they returned, but obviously they didn't listen to it. But yeah, when I took my break earlier, there was like 10 messages left by the same person in a row. It's like, you know, when I'm on a break, obviously I might not be near the near my laptop to see what's happening in chat. I might be doing off something else. But generally, if my screen is paused and I'm not responding, then I'm on my break. Unless it's, you know, accidentally turning my mic off, but I'll actually say that I did, because I'll realize eventually. But yeah, and also when you're typing like 1 word or 2 word messages one after the other, it's kind of like, can't you just put one sentence together in one chat message, you know? Like, it'd be like if I was talking to someone and I was like, hey there, then the next thing, how are you? Next thing, username, what are you doing? How's things going? What are you doing? You know, one after the other as well. You know, like obviously there's moments where if someone needs to type in a message to fix a mistake that they put in chat, like a spelling typo, that's fine, obviously, you know. But if there's a full sentence that you can actually do in one message, instead of breaking it up into 5 separate messages one after the other, you know.
I lost my ring, precious, but AC-1 flags are my new precious. Golem, golem, golem.
Colt, damn, you're inches away. Yeah, that was close. But the enemy was like, no, Altair, we're gonna throw you off this thing. Drunken, this is Rod when he has 1 out of 1,000 points off his test, lol. Yeah, it's like, what the hell? Colt, meanwhile, your messages are almost always pretty long. You're very detail-oriented. And that's completely fine, too, as well. Because to me, spamming messages is not necessarily always like someone spamming links, you know what I mean? Sometimes it can be someone who seemingly wants your attention straight away, instantly, and keeps on putting in the same message or similar messages one after the other quickly. I'm not talking like, you know, 5-minute break in between. I'm literally talking like probably a second after the previous little short 1 word or 2 word message is sent, sending another 1 or 2 word message, you know. But yeah, I don't mind if people have like if someone's going to say, hey Rod, how are you? Then that's fine. But if they're going to go, hey Rod, how are you? Rod, how are you? Hey, how are you? You know, one after the other without even taking a break in between. It's just like, bit spamming. But anyway, when they first came into chat, they were like, "Oh, you want to be popular, don't you?" And I'm like, "No, I don't want to be popular. I just enjoy streaming." And then they asked Shin, "Do you think that he thinks that do you think that he wants to be popular? You know, trying to cause some kind of drama," which makes me think it's the stalker of the channel for over 2 years. It's actually behind that username, which I wouldn't be surprised what tactics they'd try to do. They'd probably learn a whole new language just to actually come into chat and speak a different language to cause shit. That's how dedicated they are. Ryu, so are you, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. You know, the thing about people like that is sooner or later they get sloppy and patterns emerge in their activity and their behavior. And once those patterns are recognized and remembered, you can start to see those forming in other profiles that they start to use. And then you get a clearer picture as well. It's like if someone tries to break into someone's house 20 times in a month, eventually they're going to get caught. Because eventually the people are going to be like, when these variables and this pattern is in place, this person seems to try to break in. Maybe we should do something about it, you know. That kind of thing. Alright, so let's have a look. So that's 67 out of 100. Once I hit the 80 mark, that's when I'll be ending the stream. Right, so now they switch to being all the way up here, which is weird because I'm sure that there's flags all along here that we could be collecting. Drunken, usually like to keep your messages to a sentence like this, lol. Also a stalker for 2 years. Yeah, dude. It's more than that now. It's probably 3.5 years now, I'd say. But yeah, they just make multiple accounts and cause shit. And then when you call them out on it, they're like, "Oh, you think I care about your stream?" And it's like, well, you sure care enough about constantly, you know, making new accounts. So there must be some care involved. Because me, when I don't care for something, I just basically ignore it and stay away from it. You know, I don't care for Brussels sprouts, but you don't see me, you know, continually going back and asking for them.
Over here!
But it might not be them as well. But this particular person has a habit as well of impersonating profiles. Like there was a Star Wars content creator on YouTube that he actually made a fake profile for and was causing trouble with. But I don't want to mention who that Star Wars creator is, just so that they can keep some semblance of like privacy about who they are. But so yeah, it's not just Twitch that they are doing shit on, it's also Discord as well as YouTube. Probably on Steam as well, I imagine. There's actually a list of usernames that they have frequently used, that if you do a search for them, you can actually find patterns emerging. Plus there's also a website I use called Twitch Tracker. It actually tells you which country the person who is creating the account is actually from. Obviously it's not 100% reliable because someone could make their account appear like they're in Japan. But there's also that website that I use as well. Yeah, Ryu, it's just one of those things that's gone on for ages, you know. That's why I'm very sort of like cautious about, you know, when people join the Discord and that. That's why I've got, you know, so many like strong things in place where it's like, you know, you won't get access to everything even if you are legitimate, but there are some channels obviously that are for anyone to post stuff in. So it helps restrict any potential spammer from actually accessing certain channels in Discord as well.
أيها المرتد
Alright, so that deals with that. And I just want to make sure that the flag I'm going to collect is actually this one, wherever it is. I might not have actually put it pinpoint accurate where this person did. Alright, so there's the flag on top of a barrel. Yep, that's the next one. Cool. Colt, you're actually primarily a programmer and game modder. You've been reverse engineering a PS2 game, making custom Python code for handling the game's audio, textures, models, and levels. You're still working on the models and levels, but you've pretty much got complete control over its audio and textures. That's awesome that you do that, and reverse engineering the PS2 game as well. That's really cool. So what was the first kind of thing that got you interested in programming and game modding as well? Because it's amazing what some people can do. You're Japan, huh? That'd be a first if someone from Japan actually watches your streams. Yeah, I mean, you never know. But you can kind of like see, like Twitch will give you a demographic in terms of like which viewers are from which part of the world. Like what percentage. They don't give you a list of who the people are, but they give you a list of the percentage of different countries that have viewed your stream. Drunken, if you don't like a stream, you do this crazy thing called not watching them. Also, nice, at least you can track them down roughly. Yeah, exactly, Drunken Rambling Man. You know, it's just like, come on. But that's true. And, but yeah, sooner or later, you know, eventually. And then there's other things too, you know, like other things unrelated to what the person's causing trouble about can also backfire on them as well. So, you know. But it's just one of those things. It's like people have a lot of time on their hands and then they say that they don't really care about what they're actually trying to sabotage or trying to put down or whatnot. It's like, yeah. Last time I checked, the way to show you don't care about something is not to actually, you know, focus on it or mention it or talk about it or seek it out, you know. But maybe I just read the different, maybe I just understood the meaning of the word wrong somehow. There isn't, Matthew, no. All you get is an achievement or you get a trophy. You don't get any unlockables or any cool stuff like that. The creative director of the game, Patrice Desilets, didn't want collectibles in it, but Ubisoft wanted him to put them in it. So he's like, fine, I'll put them in it. Here's 420 flags scattered throughout the whole game, randomly, seemingly. Alright, so which one? Oh yes, so that's the flag there. Alright, that's that. Actually, I want to try something for a second. I don't think they programmed it to be possible. Thought I'd try just in case you could do an air assassination off a horse, but I don't think they had that idea to even put it in as an option. So this one's tricky. It's near a tree that looks like it's got multiple trees in the exact same spot almost. Near a fallen one. Right, I think this was the one. Yep. Alright, 10 more flags that I'm going to collect. And then that means in tomorrow's stream I can collect the remaining 20, and then that's all the flags in the kingdom done then. Alright, now they go back down this way. Colt, well, programming, mostly wanting to make your own games, that didn't really pan out. You decided to get into game modding in 2019, and you've been off and on with it since. You've now got knowledge of modding GameCube, PS2, and to a lesser extent PS1 games. Some PC games as well, specifically games using the Unity engine. You've also done a very small mod for a PS4 game. That's awesome that it came from a desire to actually make games. It's a shame that that didn't actually pan out, but you never know. Hopefully one day that might actually come around for you again as a thing that's possible. But yeah, I remember being fascinated by the idea of making games when I was a child. I even remember having like a chalkboard, and I was probably I think 6 years old, drawing things on the chalkboard and saying, you know, oh yeah, this is something that could be in this game. And then when I was like 8 years old, doing things like writing down words. That also reminds you, you've been watching videos of modded games. I like how they do just Attack the Zone, mainly the Smackdown games for the PS2. You do feel it's truly amazing to see what creators can do with them. Absolutely, Ryu. You know, there's just so much stuff that can be done as well that you might not realise can be done. And then you get some funny ones as well, which is good to see. Like you see the Simpsons mod for Resident Evil 7, where the bakers are actually the Simpsons.
Don't kill me!
Colt, you do have an idea for a game that you specifically want to make for PS1. There's a PS1 homebrew scene, but you haven't really taken the time to commit to it. You'll stick with modding for now. That's understandable, Colt, to do that for sure, you know. But that's cool that there is, because I think I remember seeing, for example, something like that for Resident Evil as well, that people can make Resident Evil mods with, I think it's with the same game engine that they used for the PS1 Resident Evils.
He seems to be in a hurry.
Drunken, don't you wish you could just jump off a multi-story building without even a scratch? Yeah, I mean, wouldn't want to, like, imagine not knowing that you could. It's kind of like, would you even try to find out if you could, kind of thing. But if, let's say you could, it would be cool to be able to do that. Alright. Where, there we go. Up the slope here. There we go. Now we're on the right track. The right horse track. Out of the way, I'm trying to race here. Jeez. Templars. Although they're not really Templars, those. Oh, went way too far. Ah, this would be the flag.
How can one expect to defeat?
How can one expect to defeat? By doing this.
God save me. Have you sleep?
Ah shit, I kept the video guide going. Whoops. Altair, go for a swim. I dare you.
Get out, champion! You won't get away! تموت هنا! إنه ينهز نفسه! اقبضوا عليه!
Impossible is the purview of every assassin. Look at that dude cheered. Giving me the perfect opening. Show mercy. What is this mercy that they speak of? And then they get this flag behind this little wall here. Next one is on top of the tower. Now that makes me want to try that in every Assassin's Creed game after this one now. To see if I can make the main character do that hip swaying thing. Awesome, that's 80 out of 100. So I'll leave doing the remaining. I was gonna, for some reason I wanted to say remaining and remainder at the same time, which became as remaining. The remaining 20 in the kingdom I'll get in my Sunday stream tomorrow. Yeah, Ryu. Bitch got run over by a horse dramatically. Exactly. You'll love moments like that. Colt, that was quite fast. Imagine being one of those guys literally seeing your buds systematically being thrown off the same ledge one after the other and not thinking, oh, maybe I should stay away. Exactly, Colt. You'd think that they'd have enough sense to just be like, nope. Run off in the other direction. Exactly, Drunken. We have no mercy. Maybe the Renegade playthrough of Mass Effect 1 I finished is still rubbing off on me. That was so cool to play that Renegade path. I'm glad I actually did. Drunken Altair is sexy and he knows it, laugh my ass off. Yeah, that's his kind of like version of that dance. So I think we have to go back to Al Mualim anyway, but I think what I'll do is just go into Damascus. Colt, oi Altair, what are you doing? I'm sneaking in style. That's another good way to put it too. Doing a sneaking move, but just in style. I love finding out stuff like that because then in loading screens as well, I can actually have that happen. But I don't know if I'll be able to do it in Assassin's Creed 3 though. It might just be 1, 2, Brotherhood and Revelations. Whoa. Yeah. Because in Assassin's Creed 3, that's when they started using, I think, a different variation of their engine. Might have just been the next version of it.
Get away from me!
Almost to Damascus. I just want to use this as a save, just to be double safe.
Remember to reach out for ledges should you fall while climbing.
There we go. Saving. That's what I like to see. Okay, so this is where I'm going to end today's stream. Made some excellent progress with the flags. Only have 20 of the kingdom ones left. I've done 2 districts of Accra. Sorry, of I think of Jerusalem, so that's good. Going to be raiding Saint Ravage. He's playing Red Dead Redemption 2 at the moment. So that's who we'll raid. Just want to set up a raid message that people can definitely feel free to use.
Sit down on the animal.
And I'll shut Warren Vidic up, because otherwise he's just going to keep on saying the same thing over and over again. There's also a free follower emote that is Altair from this game as well, so feel free to use this combination that I'm going to post in chat. And of course any other variations you might like to do. Before we go and do that raid, just want to give a shout out. So I highly recommend people check out Dr. Ronnie, who's doing some Spider-Man. He's going to be finishing off the DLC that he's been doing and finish off the playthrough. He's also doing Assassin's Creed Chronicles China as well. He's actually a scientist in real life, working in the field of regenerative medicine, working on cures for things like Parkinson's as well as MS. He also wears a hat when streaming, and whatever game he's playing, he'll change his hat to suit whether it's a character or a time period or a theme. And Mr. Gote, highly recommend as well, playing the remake of Dead Space. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed also, as well as games like Outlast, The Quarry, and things of that nature, and Ghost Recon also. Highly recommend checking out Lightus, who is a big fan of the Mortal Kombat franchise, as well as Street Fighter and Tekken, as well as Streets of Rage. He also likes a lot of Resident Evil stuff as well. And Shin has been playing Star Ocean, The Divine Force. He's also been playing games by Ubisoft like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, as well as Watch Dogs Legion and things like that. So highly recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. Drunken? Nah, you got to play the game until you 100% it with only target kills and no damage. Lol, that would be a pain. And restart from the start if you take damage, collecting everything again. That would be so insane. I don't think I'd ever try that though, but that would so be a very, very insane kind of thing. No worries at all, Drunken Rambling Man. I hope that you have a good one. Thanks everyone for watching, I really do appreciate it. If you see me streaming this again, then you know it's become Sunday. Monday I'll be starting my replay of Alien Isolation. It's a game I've played through quite a few times already, but I was feeling in the mood to do another playthrough before October this year, so that'll be my Monday and Tuesday game. Wednesday I have a secret and surprise game. I won't actually reveal what it is until I'm about to go live, and my About Me page will actually update to have what game will be on Wednesday. Thursday is Red Dead Redemption 2, Friday is Shadow of the Tomb Raider No Death Challenge. So if you see me streaming those games, they're the days that it is for me in Australia. Just because of time zone differences, it might be Thursday for someone when it's Friday for me, or it might be Sunday for me when it's Saturday for someone else. So that's why I like to say, you know, if you see me streaming this game, then that's because it's that day for me. But yeah, I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it. I hope everyone has a good one. No worries at all, Ryu. Yeah, definitely see you at Saints. That's for sure. See you, Colt Zero. I hope you have a good one. And if you get anything out of the guide's order, you must restart lol. But yeah, that'd be crazy, dude.